Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Wednesday, December the 21st, first day of I guess, summer, of winter. Well, one good thing, the days will start to get longer now. So, my name is Barry Anderson. Did I already say that? Moderator of your trading room. So, a couple of yeses can let me know if you hear me and see my screen. Thank you, Mr. Keith. All right, guys. So not a heck of a lot to talk about this morning. A couple of notes, though, because again, our provider has not picked up on the fact that HTGM is a reverse split. So it is not up 1,177%. It is a 1 for 12 reverse. You know, when I saw this, I thought, oh my gosh, don't tell me somebody bought them out or because we've been following, we've seen HTGM over the last few weeks, excuse me, as being a pretty active stock. And I thought, oh my gosh, don't tell me somebody bought them out but no, it is a reverse split. And the other one that was, again, not picked up by our provider is OP. OP is in a halt right now also because of news. But this is what is it? What did Casa say? A one for 10 reverse split for OP. And the one that was picked up by the provider is CEI. Okay, CEI. That is also a reverse split today, effective today, and a 1 for 50. So, a couple of notables with earnings today, guys. Nike did really, really well. Really well. Look at that, 1.24 billion in the float, 12% up. So Nike did extremely well. It's funny because the first thing I read when they were talking about the upcoming earnings, they were expecting like really weakness in China, which is what happened. I think they were down about 3% in sales in China, but everywhere else in the world, my goodness, they had just huge, huge gains. So there is Nike, guys. Nike is at 116.45 is the next high looking left. Excuse me, for Nike. So we're getting into, what did I get at? Just one moment, please. Now I had sent up because this was the reverse split yesterday. Ah, yeah. Actually, the spread isn't terrible for what it's doing. Maybe it was worse before. 883, well, now it's 860. But yeah, this was the reverse split yesterday. I had this hearted. I wanted to keep an eye on it. I did see it this morning. I put it up this morning for a while. And do you think these guys didn't know they had this contract the day yesterday when they did the reverse split, or the day before that? Of course they did. So, at least they're smart about it. They do the reverse split and then they put any sort of press release they can out there. A phase one contract for $150,000. That is SINT. They try to put any sort of a press release out there. So remember, that is not 51 million in the float. I can't remember what it amounted to. That a 100? Wasn't that a 1 to 100 reverse split? So that's more like 500,000 in the float for SINT. Other notable is FedEx, guys. FedEx also had earnings. Another good pop for FedEx also. Now, I'm going to take a look at Canada Goose just for fun, as super cold everywhere. Let's see if there's any sort of movement here. Not really, not really. Oh my goodness. Yeah, this is it. So tomorrow, for instance, when those two reverse splits, HTGM and OP, is it OP or OD? Yeah, OP, and then also CEI. Guess we got to watch them tomorrow. But you've got to be really, really nimble on these. As always, Pepe, I can't call you my able assistant. You're the man. Thank you, Pepe. Yes, I forgot to turn on the mic in Discord. Hello, Discordians. Yeah, I like that. My fellow Discordians. I come today with news from a high. Viru, let's see, Viru, not Viru, sorry, Vero, Vero, Vero. Okay, I only put this out because, some of you I know will take a look at the stocks under a dollar, up 75%. At one point, it was up even more, 54 cents. Huge volume. Surges on FDA nod for skin resurfacing robotic device. All right. I like it. We have our YouTubers, we have our Discordians, and then we have the main room. I don't have anything for you guys. Lase, Lase, Lase. This is up. They say the company announced received an order from the largest glass manufacturer in North America. Okay, so that is LASE. However, as usual, 218, and it's given up most of it. Not most of it, but it's given up quite a bit of it. Yeah, but low volume. I mean, 388,000. Remember, that's almost traded the float. Well, of course, the planet Discord. Or if you're a B-52 fan, maybe they're from the planet Claire. NTNX, guys. Now, this is not a massive gap down or anything, but it's weakening NTNX. The reason I looked at it is because 28.78, and the next low looking left was 28.25. Now, when I first saw this, it was at just around 29. So it is starting to drift down to that low. I mean, if it took out that low of 28.25, then the next low underneath is 26.60. So, NTNX, keep an eye on this one to see if it keeps drifting down. And then ADCT, again, slim pickings this morning, but ADCT, again, another one that, you know, popped up, pops up to 5, moves down to 370 to receive European Union acceptance for their cancer drug, but could not hold the gains. I'm really interested to see what this OD does when it comes out of its halt. Sorry, OP comes out of its halt. So these guys, I mean, they've done their reverse split, and now they're maybe going to make an announcement the day of the reverse split, which is a little bit unusual, but kind of getting a jump on the gun. I don't think I mentioned MDIA, 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 another one, gap up to 165, pull back to 132 after the company announced a share repurchase program. We haven't seen these for a while. Remember, I don't know, 2 or 3 months ago, we had a flurry of them, and the first one did incredibly well. One of these cheap ones that announced a share repurchase program. I can't remember which one that was, but it sort of started a flurry of them. But the first one was by far the best. The best meaning that all of a sudden there was this big excitement. Stock went crazy that day. So Nike is coming into, yeah. So it is. I mean, right there, 116.45. So it's a little bit above that. That's that next high looking left on the daily chart. So it's at 116.63 right now, or 116.50. So it's just at that high here on the daily chart. Will that stall? That's a big gap. That's right through the 200-day moving average. I mean, that's a big gap for a 1.24 billion in the float to be up 13%. Barfly. I know it's butterfly, but it sounds better barfly. BFLY is gapping up a little bit here, guys. See if there's any news on this one. Did some news yesterday, completing the successful deployment of 500 plus healthcare workers across 224 facilities in Kenya. I just don't think it's going to amount to much. So, guys, we're actually in for a medium positive open, not a huge open, but a medium positive open, guys. The market at 2.7 on the SPY. We actually had, excuse me. All right, guys, I got these allergies that are kicking in right now. My pill hasn't taken effect yet. Um, yeah, so the Nas was basically flat. SPY was basically flat. The Dow was up a little, but at least we entered into it was a positive day. And today, so far, we're having a little bit of a gap up in the SPY. And remember, what is it? Is it 22nd or the 23rd to January 5th? That is the so-called Santa Claus rally. So you never know. Okay, 912. Let me check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Probably not too many of either. Well, I'm a little bit wrong. We have a few upgrades, but certainly not that many downgrades, or sorry, way more downgrades, should say. All right, there are some of the upgrades. Shake Shack on a downgrade, Starbucks on a downgrade, Jack on a downgrade. They're picking on all the fast fooders. Eat also. They're picking on all pizza. Seriously, they're picking on all the fast food places. Denny's? Seriously. Who's doing this? So Denny's on wet was Wedbush. Pizza was Wedbush. Jack, okay, so it's all Wedbush. Wedbush is definitely bearish on fast food places for whatever reason today. Though it was Starbucks was Jeffrey's, but Shake Shack was Wedbush. What's STK? Is that another TKS? What are they? Food services and drinking places? Yeah, I don't know who do they own? Kona. Anyway, yeah, so Wedbush for whatever reason, it's got a hate on for these fast food places. You got STKS, you have Shake Shack, Shake, SHAK, Jack, JACK, and Pizza, PZZA, and Denny's, DENN. Just give me one moment, please. Okay, so let's take a look at the sectors. So we have a positive open in store. So I'm going to click on this down a little bit, click on new, dock channel bar, show more, and then sector status. All right, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors, and as obviously with the SPY having a little gap up this morning, just a little one, in fact, all of the sectors are positive right now. Positive meaning they're above yesterday's close. So XLE, as an example, this is the big ETF for energies. These are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see 100% right there, that means that every single stock is up from yesterday's close that makes up XLE. So retail 89%, etc. So there is no weak sector to begin with. Fingers crossed, if you're looking to go long today, you want to see some nice positive sectors. And I like to go through this exercise before the market opens to take a look at the major sectors in relation to their 200-day moving average. And here's XLE energy. Yesterday we had a mildly positive, just a minute. So we had a mildly positive reaction yesterday to energy. Okay, so at least it stopped going down, but getting close to that 200-day retail XRT. Now, it'll be interesting with a little bit of a gap. Now, look at this though, just drifting away from retail. From the 200-day moving average over the last few days. After this great day where it looked like, all right, we're going to be above the 200-day. This was on the 13th, but then it closed down below. XLP, consumer staples, that has been a relatively strong sector. But again, look at it, touching yesterday the 200-day. Healthcare, XLV, another reasonably strong sector. And, reasonably strong meaning anything above the 200-day now. Look at this. Look at this little pop here. Industrials, XLI, another one that's above the 200-day. This is the bad one, guys, if it keeps drifting away. Financials, XLF, it was holding above the 200-day for quite a while. But then a few days ago, underneath, and now we're underneath that 200-day moving average. And of course, this discretionary, consumer discretionary, way below the 200-day. I'm sorry, that was the wrong one. XLY is what I want, XLY. There we go, way below and getting further away from that 200-day. You can look at this. People who just aren't buying the high ticket items, they're only buying the staples. Okay, that's why consumer staples is doing okay versus the sort of the more, I'll call this the more frivolous purchases, things we'd like to have but we don't actually need. LB Materials, another one that was above the 200-day for quite a while, but now another one below the 200-day. And then the bad ones, really bad ones. XLC Communications, I have to move this. There we go. There's that 200-day, again moving further and further away. And last, technology, that couple of days where it looks like, my goodness, we're going to go above the 200-day in the in technology, but nope. And now we're drifting away also. So those are your major sectors. So why I do this is that if you're going to get into a stock today, and it doesn't have any news on its own, you better make sure that its sector is doing okay if you're going to go long. You want to go with the trend. Now, a lot of the things that we see, they have kind of news on their own. Could be an earnings play, could be news, or could you be just one of these, situations where a stock gets in favor for some reason. It just starts to, what's happening here? CCL, CCL. That was up and then down. Wow. This is an earnings play, guys. Didn't realize it. Didn't really see anything in the pre-market. So this is an earnings play. Carnival shares are trading lower after the company reported worse than expected Q4 results. Look at this, $7 now. So that is probably dragging down RCL. When does RCL have earnings? RCL has earnings in February. Doesn't matter. It's dragging RCL down, and then NCLH. Sure, that's dragging it down too. They're all going to look the same. Yep, big red bars. This has earnings. Don't have an earnings date for it. So Carnival's dragging down the entire sector of three. I don't know how many other big cruisers there are that are publicly traded. I think there was one other that used to pop up every now and then, but I can't remember it. Looking at, of course, with airlines, I guess big which will always go through this every winter, but I don't know if this is a bigger storm than normal, but now they're even giving these storms names. I think the one in the northwest is called Elliott, and it's moving into the Midwest. So now they're even giving these snowstorms names. I don't know if this is this year that they started, or maybe I just missed it if they have been giving names in previous years. But anyway, disrupting travel, of course, at the worst possible time. People wanting to head home for the holidays. I'm really interested to see what sort of news these guys come out with. OP. It is halted. It is still halted because of news. So yes, stocks can get halted in the pre-market, but not for volatility. They can get halted for news. So you can see right here, halted for news. Boy, CCL continues to move down here, guys. So they didn't lose as much. They lost 85 cents. I guess they were projecting an 89-cent loss, but the revenue of 3.84 billion missed by 100. That's a big miss, 110 million. So they didn't lose as much as had been predicted. Still not making any money, but yeah, I Winter Storm Elliott. Yeah, I've never seen that. I have not seen that before. But just so you know, I'm not crazy. There it is. Winter Storm Elliott, blizzard, bomb cyclone. What happened to calling it weather? I agree. And got to give everything a name. All right, guys, we're getting close to this open, about a minute and a half. Okay, we have about a minute to the open. So what I'll do now is get rid of all this and get prepared for the open. And again, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. This towel is still, I don't know, it's going to be boring today, but I mean, it's still holding, guys. This is one from yesterday. Well, not from yesterday, for the last few days. And when you look left, it had all sorts of room. I think it was to 19. Look at a weekly chart. 21.49. I mean, Yeah, 2149 is the next high in the weekly chart. So keep an eye in Cal. I almost swung it. I almost took it at the end of the day. I don't know what made me not do it, but so anyway, we are now open. We are now open. Again, for those of you who thrive on these sub $1 stocks, VERO, up almost 100% now, 21 million shares traded, 33 in the float. So it'll trade the float easily today. And it received, I don't know what a 510, oh, I guess it's FDA nod too. Okay. 510K clearance, but FDA nod for skin resurfacing robotic device. Is that letting my Roomba go to work on my face? I hope not. Well, Shady's into Lays already, LASE, and it's making just made a new high. Pre-market high was 218, and it's a low float, 3 million in the float. It's a little early for me, but hope it works out well for Shady. If I look left, what do I see? 221. What did it get up to today? Got up to 218 in the pre-market. I look left and I start to see little potential areas that it could stall, but hopefully it works out for you, Shady. Lots of volume coming in. It's already traded the float. All right. Well, we had a little gap up here, guys, but we're starting to give it up a little bit here on that. There's that opening 15-minute candle on the SPY is red right now. So the NAS is up a little, Dow's up quite a bit, and SPY is up. Yeah, I mentioned the Newtonix guys, NTNX. They go without me now. Yeah. So look at this. Takes this out right there. That 28.25 is taking that out now. Shoot. I was hoping it would rest a little bit, but it's not doing what I wanted it to do. The next low looking left is 26.56. So but a dollar to that next low for Newtonix, NTNX. Not sure what the reason is. Don't see any specific news on it. Okay, I'm glad it worked out for you. Who knew this? Well, who knew? BlackBerry actually is an earnings play today. Poor old BlackBerry. BlackBerry is an earnings play today. Meme stock, not doing anything. Well, other than sinking again. Speaking of meme stocks, let's see what AMC is doing. Yeah. Rite Aid, RAD. Wow, another one just almost an all-time low. Another earnings play. Didn't really see this in the pre-market. It must be because it wasn't down enough or up enough percentage-wise. Oh boy. I mean, you got to be super careful, but look at this SINT. SINT, look at this. There's the pre-market high of 972. Looks like this is going to get halted. There it is, guys. Yeah, halted. SINT halted. Morning, PJ. Another halt is WNW on the way down. WNW on the way down. Very interested to see where this one comes out of its halt at OP. Whoa, wait a minute. Wait a minute. How can this be? So this is okay. So this looks like it's going to get halted all day. Craziness in this reverse split. Did you see that? Did you see the news? Did you see what I just put up here? Delays the implementation date of the reverse stock split. It was supposed to be today, but now it's going to be tomorrow. So my guess is it'll be halted all day. Yeah. So tomorrow it'll be the reverse split. So this will be halted all day. All right, good for Shady on the lays. It just briefly took out that high in the pre-market and pulled back a little bit. A lot of volume, boy. 3 million in the float, 11 million have traded. This is going to trade the float multiple times, of course, today. It's already around three and three quarters, approximately. Well, RAD, is almost an all-time low. Looks like 384 could be the all-time low, RAD, showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. As is HST. Now, HST got a little bit of room, maybe. I mean, 1561 is the next low looking left for HST. Is the volume yeah, good volume. Remember Verona from yesterday had a great last hour surge. Had a great it started actually at 2:30. Had a great surge. Then the drop. Then the drop. So it had a great 45 minutes, and then 30 minutes basically wiped it out just before the close. Had news yesterday. All right, so these did the reverse split, CEI, did the reverse split, and sinking. That's what used to happen. What was this? A SPAC turned into this one. Yeah, so this was a SPAC, guys. Started trading as ECX today. What do I think of Cint? I think if you take this one, you've got to be really, really, really careful because, of course, it had the reverse split yesterday. So what you're seeing there, 51 million in the float. They did 100. That's actually going to be more like 500,000 shares in the float. Okay, which is crazy, crazy low. You know, I mean, it's projected to open around 1040. You know, it's halted at 958. I mean, I can't recommend. You know, really, it's these that do the reverse splits and then make an announcement of news the next day. I mean, they're doing the smart thing, trying to get the interest up again. But remember, this is a 95-cent stock, really. But I can't make any recommendations one way or the other. I mean, it's just you're going to take this one. I'd wait to see what happens when it comes out of its halt. I mean, if 1060 holds and maybe it drops a bit and then starts to move again, maybe take some, but you've got to be so careful. And also, this is going to be more than a 5-minute halt. This got halted at 9:34, 50 plus 57 seconds. So they should have, if it was a 5-minute halt, it would have opened at basically 9:40, and we're at 9:41 now. So this is not going to be a 5-minute halt. So it'll probably be at least a 10-minute halt. Oh, how ugly is this one, boy? WNW. I mean, was that 231 this morning, up to 234 or something? And it's just absolutely gapped down. Lost 51% China stock coming into the 200-day moving average for WNW. Well, guys, Rite Aid now below 4, on its way to an all-time low. And that is RAD. Yeah, good bounce for CCL. Great bounce. What a crazy turn of events for CCL. It released earnings. Initial reaction was really good, then really bad, and now good again. So again, they posted a narrow, that's a tough word to say, less narrow than expected loss. Revenue missed, but as Williams says, maybe they got a lot in their book for planned trips in 2023. Okay, so CEI just got halted on the way up. Again, this is a reverse split today. And that's a 1 for 50 reverse split for CEI. So that's like an 8-cent stock, guys, yesterday. All right, look at this one now. Relay, RLAY. What's the volume like? Well, it's not bad, but it is falling also. RLAY, below yesterday's low. Okay, Cint just resumed, guys. It just exploded higher. I mean, Remember, this is nonsense, but eventually traders are going to flee this one. But right now, they're in control, and it's going to get halted again. It's going to get halted again. There it is. Halt. Now it's not showing up on our halts resumes. Maybe because it was so quick, but it is definitely halted again. Okay. So we're in a bit of a market that is rewarding these reverse splits for a while. Okay. Okay, we have another one, PK from the 10-day daily breakdown. Rad guys making new lows, RAD making new lows. Good morning, Cranesy. I'll call you Cranesy. Not going to call you crazy. I'll call you Cranesy. Rad guys, rad. These are the ones I love because they're making new lows, all-time lows. And I'm thinking of PK also. I have to look left though, and this is showing up on my 10-day. See, I see a little bit of support around 11. Let me back this out on a weekly chart and just see what might look like on a weekly chart. Same sort of thing. There's a low of 1102 there, a low of 1098 there. So yeah, I mean, if it can take out 11, it's got a shot. And another one on the way down. So I don't know if this is anything to do with HST. This is a hotel trust, and HST is host hotels. I have no idea if it got anything to do. Probably not. HST taking out the, whoops, that's on the weekly chart. Let me get back to a daily. So this is in the compare count, guys. The PK, the PEB. This is a new scan that I put in my homepage. Okay. Movers to the upside, greater than 300,000 shares traded versus movers to the downside with greater than 300,000 shares traded. Other filters in place, of course, but it gives you, a ticker. And all of a sudden you see one little green one and click on it, see what's happening. There's Under Armour. So this is actually, so these are starting to show up in Zach's scan, PEB as a bounce, a potential bounce for PEB. FSTX, I did see this one in the pre-market. I thought there might be too much resistance close by. It's a big gap up right now, and it's through the 200-day moving average. And I didn't see any specific headline. I paused just in case something is showing up. Yeah, I don't see any specific headline. This is uh, Interactive Brokers picking up some of our alerts during the day. A little bit of a bounce for PEB, little bit of a bounce, PEB. What's the market doing? All right, the market. Wow, okay, after that opening candle that looked like it might be a little more ominous, but no, it didn't actually close that much red. It was red, but not that much. And now the second candle, nice and green and surging, the green surge here. So bounce plays, unless the stock has some, like bad news on its own, bounce play could start to work. Bad news meaning maybe it's an earnings report or just some other news. I saw ICCM was halted and then resumed, but didn't do anything. So here is your projected open for SINT, SINT, for 1220. It's halted at 1125. Again, this blue screen is from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. Oh, now this resumed. So KA, I didn't see the halt. To be honest, didn't see the halt. Ah, shoot, I wish I'd seen this one because I got halted at 492. So many, lots of halts and resumes, guys, already this morning. All right. Rad, guys, rad, RAD. It's a lifetime low. See, here's another lodging, so we got a little bit of a theme going here, guys, with the PEB, the HST, and well, the RLJ is not showing up here, but it showed up on the compare count. So these are all in the hospitality industry. And PK, of course. So PEB, PEB, PK, and HST. And RAD, wow. Okay, so CEI is having a little bit of a pop here, guys. So remember, it is a reverse split today. Oh, I guess SINT opened. That could be it, guys. No shorts available. Typically for, well, not for me anyway, Interactive Brokers. Not the second day of a reverse split. Yeah, FSC, FSTX, just be aware of that 580 area. Well, maybe it ain't, oh, it ain't over till it's over. SINT, guys, actually hit 13. And again, if you're wondering why, there's no reason other than traders are just deciding this is the one today. Okay, that's the reason. Yes, they had a little bit of news. Remember, they did a reverse split yesterday. I'm kicking myself because what did we say yesterday? I said we must watch this one today. I even hearted it. Okay, we must watch this one today. Yeah, CEI is already split today. Yeah, so I mean, it probably should be in watch tomorrow, as well as the HTGM. HTGM also did their reverse split today, a 1 for 12 reverse split today. So again, if they come up with any sort of news tomorrow, and again, yeah, I mean, our chart looks crazy because our provider has not taken into account the reverse split. Okay. Um, how is MDGL doing? Sensationally well. Look at this run, guys. Wow. Still just had huge news, obviously, 2 days ago, and it is continuing to march higher. So the VKTX, I can't remember now. It was VKDX and Sympathy Play. I can't remember now anymore. Or did that have actually news on its own? I just can't remember anymore. So target 15 from 10, raising the target for VKTX from Maxim. Wow, ADCT after the big gap up in the pre-market, ADCT, I think they got European Union Authority or authorization, sorry. Yeah, okay. The conditional marketing authorization and continued approval, maybe, all these weasel words. So, so when you look at the headline, it looks like a slam dunk, but then you got to read down here, conditional, maybe. So it was VKTX, okay. I know there were a couple other ones that moved higher. That moved higher, that were actually news, and it wasn't anything to do with MDGL. Yeah, thank you. Legal. Yeah, we have a couple of people saying it was a sympathy play for MDGL. Wow, Sint 8 is not over. Another halt, or sorry, a resume, sorry, another resume. So let's make a pact, everybody. We have to watch CEI and HTGM tomorrow, okay? We cannot forget because we're in this little crazy little specialized sector we'll call the reverse splitters. So we cannot forget tomorrow HTGM. You know, maybe they come out with some news, any news at all. Well, you got to be in before the halts in P2. You got to be in before. You know, after that, you know, it's always going to be a guess if it's going to where it's going to come out of the halt. Well, we don't know. First of all, you know, this is just surmising that these companies, what they should do after they have a halt is they should come up with some news fairly soon, and then you can get something like the SINT, you know, popping, and others. We've seen about I don't know 2 or 3 over the last week or so. But there's no guarantee. I'm not saying this they're going to come up with news. This is an energy play. Yeah, more than you know, I would probably lean towards HTGM because it is a bio, okay, and probably easier for them to come up with some news that you know can be even if it's you know just I call it very fluffy type news. So my guess is that if one is going to do it tomorrow, it could be the HTGM. That doesn't mean buy it today in advance thinking there's going to be. Don't get me wrong. Now, most of the time, no, HTGM is that right? It's no, it is shortable. It's not typical. Not typical for the day of the reverse split. For me anyway, for interactive brokers to have some shorts available, but there are 7,000. Not that I want to short it right now, but I'm just intrigued that there are some shorts available, even though they've done the reverse split. So this is the one I'd be watching tomorrow. Yeah, hey, maybe even today. I mean, if they decide to come up with news today, I'd rather die laughing than dying another way. So let's take a look. All right. Yeah, the WNW. Well, of course, I had huge. Yeah. No. Well, we saw it got halted, and then it just. I don't see any news on it. I see no news on this one. I can't see any news previous days. There has to be some reason that it did this, but I can't see anything in my headlines. Good grief, sent. I'm gonna try bunch of I don't know if people still do this. I never did it, but it used to be a thing, I guess. You tie a ribbon around your fingers or something that's to remind you of something. Well, in fact, what I'm going to do right now on my scrap of paper for tomorrow, I am putting at the bottom HTGM. am with a triple exclamation mark. So I will not miss it in case it, does something crazy. Because where I should be in Sint is breaking the high of yesterday. Okay, so what was that? That was 888. The high in the pre-market was 972, and then it pulled back to 741. So gave the opportunity then to take it on the yesterday high. And I mean, where are you going to put your stop? I mean, I get it. You're probably going to have to put your stop pretty wide stop. But in this case, anyway, it wouldn't have mattered. You get a wide stop and something is going to move $5 or $6 for you. It really doesn't matter that much, even if the stop was $1. I could do that. I mean, it's hard hit already, so I'm going to see it in the pre-market. Maybe I put a price alert up here for HTGM. See if it takes out that pre-market high tomorrow, or maybe even today. I guarantee these guys who run these companies, they're looking at the success of an SINT today. Okay, because let's face it, what SINT is going to try to do is take advantage of this crazy pop and raise some money, more than likely. I mean, guys, I mean they get a contract, $150,000. I mean that's their news today. I mean, it's news. Don't get me wrong, it's news, but this one's got some room. I think GNK. It's a shipper. It is a shipper. Looking left, 1596. I guess it doesn't. 1568 right now. The next high is 1596. To me, that's just too close. Yeah, I don't trade ETFs at all, Cranes. Okay, I don't trade them at all. I used to look at. I mean, IBB is the same, right? Except it's a little more expensive, but it's coming out. IBB should be looking like Labu, LABU. It's just cheaper. Yeah, it's just cheaper. But look at next high is 699. Then after that, 699, and then you've got 753. But I just don't trade ETFs at all. But it's having a nice, it's having a nice day, obviously. But I'd be wary of it taking out 7 and then getting into the 730 mark. But it seems to be moving with the market. Also, take a look at XLV. What's XLV doing? Yeah, so XLV is, putting in a positive day. The big healthcare ETF. I don't know how closely XLV tracks with LABU. Probably not as much because look at it, it's way below the 200-day moving average. So whatever makes up LABU Not that great compared to, XLV. Mm. But remember, because it's a three-time bull, you gotta be so careful if you wanna swing those, and I don't complete listen, I know you'd have to read all about it, like how it gets, kinda recalculated, etcetera, at the end of the day. You gotta be very careful. Yeah, SMMT has been kind of a tough one, I found. I mean, yesterday, I mean, it was up to 450, and then it got all the way down to 339. I mean, these are big percentage moves. But there would be an argument. Look what it did today. It got up to 438. What was the high yesterday? 438. So you just look at that. If it can take out 438, then the high 2 days ago was, I think, 538. So argument to be made, if it takes out today and yesterday's high, it could get running again. But you're already would be in semi-chase mode. Yeah, Verona is VRNA getting close to 20 now. But you don't hold them, do you? You just straight. You don't hold those, do you, Katouche? You would hold a three timer? Wow, there it goes, guys. Okay, this is really cool. I mean, this VRNA. Let's back this out and take a look at where it is on the weekly chart. So short-term trades. Okay, okay. Yeah, look at this. I mean, this. Let's back it out and look at a monthly chart. Where could this keep going to? Oh man, rad guys, rad. It's just sinking and sinking and sinking. Had a little bit of a pop up here, but other than that, it has been straight down. I got sidetracked. VRNA. So on the monthly chart, next high is 2246. And when was this? You know what? This is so long ago. This is over 4 years ago, guys. So, I mean, I know it's not a lifetime high. I get, or there is some resistance 4 years ago. I just don't think that's a lot. Even the three timers, PJ. All right, keep an eye on this one for sure on another 20 break for Verona. I mean, I don't really consider this a lot of resistance, something that happened 4 years ago. I mean, they did have news, okay? They did have legitimate news. Well, and we've got a bunch of price targets, $32 from Wainwright. They're raising it from 30 to 32. Boy, Verona, guys. taking out 20. It's just nicely pacing just below there, a couple of pennies below. No, I didn't see this. So yesterday it did get up to 2013. It was the high yesterday. Let's see if it can take that out. I'll put an alert at 2013 for VRNA. See if it takes out the high yesterday. Well, like that. Okay, let's see if I can hold that 20 level. True, Jay. You're right. It did hit 35.40 pre-market yesterday. Take a look at the pre-market for Verona yesterday, and you can see, but I wonder how many shares actually traded up there. Yeah, 39. Actually, I have 39 right at 4 o'clock. But I wonder how much, how many shares actually traded. Even fuel cells having a bit of a bounce today after its disaster day yesterday. That was an all-time low. You had earnings. A little bit of room for this one, guys. ADPT. A little bit of room. When you look left, the next high is 878. That's what I'm referring to. So it's at 825 right now. If we get anywhere close to 878, that would be a great percentage move. Keeping an eye on the the Verona as it just got above 20 again, briefly. Now Zyme was another one that popped the same day as Madrigal. I can't remember if that had. I think that had specific news to it. It wasn't anything to do with the Madrigal. There was a day that was the big pop-up day, and there's an announcement today with Jazz Pharmaceuticals and Zymeworks has confirmed this partnership. That was news. I think they made that announcement back here on the 9th, and it popped up, and then it sold off. Okay, little cannabis play, guys. Sundial, SNDL, little cannabis play. Sundial and Nova Cannabis team up to transform the cannabis retail market in Canada. Okay, to transform it. All right, guys. So there's Nike actually fading a little bit off earnings. Okay, fading a little bit off earnings. Okay, sorry. Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on the Verona, see if it retakes. See, the problem with Verona right now is that traders could be looking at what happened yesterday. They don't want that to happen. So I am looking to see if it can regain 20 again, and that might get me into it. But you always got to be aware of what happened. In recent history. Man, this is not over. Sint is not over. SINT. I thought, mate. Well, look at that. It held the VWAP 1258. Should have paid way more attention to that. It held the VWAP. Speaking of VWAP, where is the VWAP for Verona? So it's right there, 1959. So, spread like on this SINT. Yeah, I mean, for a stock that's doing what it's doing, it's not atrocious right now. Yeah, 1406 well, but believe it or not, if it takes out 15, it could get traders into it again. It was always looking for breaks of new highs of the day. All right, guys. So that's what I was afraid of with the Verona, only because of recent history, and it's still in that happened yesterday. And so let's see, 1957, 1937 actually is a VWAP way down here, but it has popped up again, trying to see if it can take out 20. I think if it can take out 20 again, it may have a bit of a run in it. And that is VRNA. What's the volume like? 1.3 million, not bad. Well, it's at the 20 level again. All right, guys, Verona, be really aware of this one. Trying to get back over 20. VRNA, 1992, 1994, 20, 1995, 20, bid ask, 1996, 1993, 1999, 2004. So it is trying to get its way back over 20. Well, Tal has been kind of whippy today, but it is moving again, guys. TAL, moving again. 1946. And again, why do we even look at this one? Well, look at the weekly chart. And what do you see? Next high way over here, 2149. It's been on a mission, been a little bit choppy. So, you're going to take something like this, you're going to have probably wider stops. But boy, oh boy, I mean, it's China stock, but look at the potential gap fill. Speaking of China education, even this go-to has come back. Look at this. I mean, this one can be intraday choppy also, but as a swing, doesn't it look just like Tal? You look left, the next high is 1093. So this is even actually better than Tal in theory, because I'm not saying anything is getting up to these highs, but on a percentage basis, moving from 338 to 1093, obviously bigger percentage move than going from 952 to 2149. I mean, this still be an awesome fill, but yeah, I'm waiting on a 20 break for the Verona, VRNA, but I hope it works out for you and Mazaka in our YouTube room. All right, guys, so let me take a little break here. ZYME on the move here too. That's some nice little moves. Now, okay, there's the Verona back over 20. My Verona. All these old songs. So first thing I want to do is just put in the holiday promo that we've got going on right now. So get you right to it as opposed to having to go to my homepage first. Okay, so if you click on that link, this is what you're going to see. Click on that holiday 30% off sale link, and this is what you're going to see. And don't worry, I know I think it probably says 20. Yeah, okay, it does say the 30. Okay, so there's your code, holiday 30. Select your subscription. We've got four of them that you can pick from. I'll tell you what my advice is. Never mind that holiday 25, of course. Put in holiday 30 if you did decide to take out a subscription. So we've got four plans. We have an annual for premium and standard. Premium would be 2,000 less the 30%. That brings it down to $1,400, and the standard 1,000 less the 30%, bringing it down to $700. Okay, but you got to pretty much know you want the program to sign up for an annual. Okay, so you can always go monthly, 118, 228. You'll get that 30% discount first month only. But if you decide that, you know what, I'd love to have an annual, and if you do it within 30 days of taking out your monthly subscription, we'll honor the 30%. So that's what I would do. And the reason I say that is because you have to look at the terms and conditions of an annual. I mean, in terms of, a refund of such, which there really isn't. So make sure you want the program. They got a monthly first, and then you can make up your mind. And the big difference between the two, of course, I should say, of course, but it's the AI. AI is not too active today. 44. It has a long for Alcoa AA 44.51, $45 right now, and a short for FSTX. Nothing really happening there, so not too active today. Okay, so that is. Now I'm going to put my homepage link in because obviously it has a lot more information on it. Yeah, it says 25, but when you click on, but if you click on get it, like your subscription, just type in holiday 30, you'll get the 30%, okay? So for instance, here's my homepage. Here's my homepage link with a lot more information on it. Holiday 30. So I know when you see it, it says 25, but watch what happens. Oops. Yeah, this is what I can do for you guys. You see, there's the 30% off. Okay? Just type in the promotion code holiday 30, okay? And you'll get the 30% off. All right, guys. So what else is on my homepage? Yeah, that's the give me a moment. Okay, so we've gone over the subscription, and if you do take out a subscription, please do this first. The first thing you should do, it is a software program. There is a bit of a learning curve. So we've tried to put something together in 30 minutes, 10 short videos to get you started, okay? The download and installation, your first startup and login, etc. Okay, so please do that before you do anything else. I do a stock of the day video And of course, that's free. You can sign up for it right there. Trade of the week is also free. You can sign up for it. You'll get it about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. All my all the education that I think you probably, instead of having to go to our homepage and scanning or surfing through all the different links that we've got, I've tried to put in my education section virtually everything you're going to need. So here is your user guide. Here's that getting started again. At the very least, you should know what an alert window is, a top list window is, and about stock racing. Okay, get those down. Then you can start looking at other aspects of the user guide. You probably eventually want to learn how to put a price alert on a chart, maybe put a sound alert on your alert window, things like that. But you don't have to learn everything all at once. Excuse me. And of course, you don't have to learn everything at all. You know, you can pick and choose the sections you might like. There's that getting started again. Daily support. So today is Wednesday. So it should be Jamie in our YouTube room. I will confirm that. Okay. Because I take a break between 12 and 1. And let's say one of the other traders takes over. And again, because it's Wednesday, it should be Jamie. You could sign up for all the webinars. I don't know what the schedule is going to be like next week. Doesn't really matter though. Just sign up for them all right here. There is one today. This is the one I help out on. More educational videos about trade ideas, and then back to basics. You know, this is a free resource, okay? If you're new to trading and, you know, kind of wondering what this is all about, well, first of all, you should have some idea about what trading is all about. Like, you know, what is a chart? What are candlesticks? What's support and resistance, trends, fundamentals, etc. Okay, so this is all free. 36 very short videos that Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put together. Okay, and then my scans are here. Okay, so here are the scans that I'm sharing. This is what I use in the pre-market. I cannot tell you pre-market actors up, pre-market actors down. I don't know if the gentleman ever comes into this room, but it seems like every day it's how come I missed this one? How come I missed this one? And every time I look at my pre-market actives up and it's there. Okay, now is a top list. Okay, but I think a top list is probably more powerful to use than trying to set an audible alert in the pre-market because you can only use so many filters, etc. So I think that the pre-market actives up and down that I've been using for such a long time, hardly any variation, is the way to go. I'm not, you can, I'm like the idea of a top list, but you can always have mine, and I doubt if you'll miss anything that is moving. And here are the two races. I guess there were nothing at that going. There are the two races that I'm sharing. And you'll hear me refer to my 10-day daily breakout and downs. I've shown you the halts resume. So, and there's the new one that I've added yesterday, upside movers versus downside movers. Okay, it looks like this. So it's just a different way of presenting the data as a ticker. And this is right now 71% in favor of the upside movers versus the downside movers, which makes a little bit of sense when you see the market doing this. So there are my scans. And as always, if you are going to take out a subscription, I would appreciate it if you click on either that holiday link that I put in or my homepage and then go here. The room will get credit. Okay. And yes, I get a little piece of that. All right, Verona. Hey, Verona. Okay, Verona. My Verona. My Sharona. My Verona. Now, let me just talk a little bit about trade ideas in general. What we are a scanner. A lot of screeners out there, but we have screening capability, of course, but we're like to term ourselves or call ourselves a scanner. And I'll explain what the differences are. Doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use trade ideas. Give me a moment here, guys. Okay. Yeah, so it doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use trade ideas. So I showed you that we were sharing a lot of I'm sharing a lot of scans. We have a lot of scans up here also. Up here meaning if you click on new from our toolbar and then click on dock channel bar, these are all theme-based channels. So you don't have to know how to create a scan at all at the beginning. In fact, if you never want to create your own scan, you don't have to. You can take mine, you can modify them a little bit. You can take a look at the scans that are in here. Give me a moment. I always like to, sorry, I always like to show you the momentum scan. Remember ever from yesterday? What a run it had. I was talking about how you can have if you had a plan of taking a stock, if it pulled back to the VWAP, and I was using ever as an example. It never did pull back, and it just ran and ran and ran. And here's the second day. EVR, EVER. Ever quote? Is that what it's called? Yeah, ever quote. So the exercise I'm trying to point out is if you saw a scan you liked from one of the theme-based channels, then you can have it. You can add it. You can make it yours, part of your layout. And all you have to do now, first of all, before you do that, you probably want to see what the scan is looking for, just like my scans that I'm sharing. So you right-click, configure, summary. That is basically what you can do with all of our scans. That's going to tell you exactly what the scan is looking for. So in this particular case, if the stock is between $1 and $50, the current volume is at least three, meaning it's trading three times normal up to this time of day. Then these two are this gives it the momentum aspect for this scan. The volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal. In 5 minutes, it's 400% of normal. Okay, so if all these screening or filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, you get a real-time alert. So since I've had this up, there have been no new ones. Okay. So if you like the scan exactly the way it is, in other words, you don't want to change any of the parameters, the price range or anything else, then you just right click and you duplicate it into a free floating window. And it popped up on my other one of my other monitors. Here it is. Okay, so now you can save it to your cloud. You right click, save or share to cloud, and save it to the cloud. Save it. All right, guys, Verona, how about that one? Um, Now, you can make a change, of course. If you like the concept, but you want to make a little change, maybe to the price range, again, right click, configure summary. And by the way, I'm not trying to teach you trade ideas in like 2 minutes. All of this is in the guide. I'm just trying to give you an overview. And you click on that icon and this will pop up. I can make a change. Say I wanted it between 10 and 50, 10 and 100. Make the change in that price range. Summary, see how it's changed. And now I can say okay. And now I can save it to the cloud. One step to do before you do that though, just remember to take the symbol link Ah, they listened to me. They took it off the dock window, I think, on my development version anyway. Let me check a look here. Ah, no. Maybe when you take it out, it goes to linking to wall. That is what should happen. I know I'm talking to myself kind of, but maybe that's what happens when you take it out of the dock, it now gives you that linking to wall. Problem is because before when you took it out, like I did, it still only wanted to link to the charts within the dock. And that's not what you want. You want to have it linking to the charts that you may have up and running in your layout. So maybe that's so it's automatically doing that. Anyway, go through the different, you can go through the different channels and start looking at scans you might like, save them to the cloud, and then you can bring them back from the cloud and thereby creating your own layout without actually knowing how to create a layout from scratch. Now, I do caution you though, do not have so many alert windows, so many top list windows up and running so that you've got so many things going on at once, okay? Like I did when I first started as a subscriber to Trade Ideas. And that leads me into this next subject of the racing and why I think if you're new to trading, this is a great way to start because it get you to focus it just on a few stocks over the course of the day instead of running around clicking like mad and trying to figure out, well, what should I be looking at? And this will give you an opportunity just to look at, more than 10 stocks all day long. So how does that work? Every race, and of course, these are the two races that I'm sharing. Okay, you can create your own race, but I'm sharing these two. So the concept is this: I open the top list window from that this race is based on, and I'll check to see what filters we have in here. So if a stock is between $1 and $50 and the volume is at least 200,000 shares, and it's up at least 2% from the previous close, it'll make it onto this list of stocks. Now, before we had races, this is what a and you can still use the top list like this, but you could sort on any column that you had in a top list. So notice I just double left clicked on the change from the close. And so this will tell me, now this is erroneous because it's not has not been adjusted for the reverse split, but this will tell me the stocks that are up the most from the close. I click on the change from the open, the same thing. It'll tell me the stocks that are up the most from the open, and it'll rank them, which is great. Maybe, it's good, maybe nice information to have, but how are you going to use it to trade? And that is where, wow, come on, Verona. So that is, so that's where the races come in. Another one that's moving, well, no, Verona. See, Verona's on my 10-day daily breakout, 2013, right there. And I have a symbol clash as as my alert, my sound alert on it. So I'm hearing a symbol crash, symbol crash, symbol crash constantly. So what's the concept that, well, notice here, I'm running what's a 4-minute race. Of course, you can have your race duration can be anything you want. If you go to the guide, you'll see there's a section on stock racing that explains everything. So this race is almost going to end, and there will be a winner, and it looks like it's going to be SINT. Okay, because it was up the well. Another race is going to start. We won't see any results until about 30 seconds into the race. But what happens is imagine if SMMT, that's a pretty active stock. What if SMMT, which is up 6.4% from the open right now, what if all of a sudden it just started to make a big move? Now it's up 8%, now it's up 10%, 20%, etc. I mean, it could happen. You'd never know. I mean, how are you going to follow something that is really rapidly moving, unless you're staring at it, and which is crazy you have to do. And that's where the races come in. Every stock, just like any other race, there's a starting line, and the gun goes off, and the race begins. Whatever stock is moving the most, percentage wise, you'll see it floating to the top of the leaderboard. That leaderboard, of course, just because APCX is leading right now, but look what happened. Go to just took over, and you'll see, until the race is over, you will see something like that. You'll see stocks, the stock that is all of a sudden maybe catches fire will move right to the top of the leaderboard. But you don't have to wait for a stock to go to the top. If you see something moving up, click on it, see what's happening. Look at Zyme, ZYME. I mean, that's pretty cool. I mean, that's very interesting look, perhaps. But what is a great look is Verona, guys. I hope some of you took that one. I really, really do. We have a little bit of patience. I kept waiting for the second time of a 20 break. So I hope some of you took the Verona. I can't tell you to take a trade. You understand. I'm not a financial advisor, and I have to be extremely careful, how I phrase everything. If you probably, you may not know this, but a whole bunch of gurus got nailed by the SEC for doing exactly that and front running the whole bit. So that is why I'm very, very careful about not saying, take this stock right now here and sell it right now here. You have to have a trading plan of your own. All I can do is point out the opportunities. If you hear me nag enough about something, you might think, okay, I see what he's looking at. But you know what? That may not have met your trading plan. Why did I look back on in the weekly for Verona to see where the resistance was? We had to go back over 4 years, and I said, I don't think that's resistance anymore. So Cranesy, here's the deal. I mean, if you're finding it so hard to trade Labu and it's been for a month, then maybe that's not the right thing to trade. I mean, I'm just maybe making I'm not trying to be, again, an investment advisor, but why would you keep doing the same thing over and over again and failing on it? I mean, right? I mean, it doesn't really make that much sense to me anyway. I mean, one reason I don't like to trade ETFs is because, I try to find the individual stocks that are, the alpha movers. And you can see right now, Verona is an alpha mover. News yesterday chopped around a little bit. That is what worried me. I mean, I have to admit, I mean, that was what really worried me about this one. Yesterday got up to 2012, and then the last 30 minutes, I mean, it got right down to 18. It did rebound a little bit, but that worried me. So, Aaron Day Trader, you were talking. Okay, suggested. So when you click on an alert, let me get rid of. Well, first of all, just let me continue my spiel on the races, and then I'll answer your question. The question was, how can I see the buy or suggested entries tags? Okay, so let me just get rid of this. So what happens at the end? Well, over the course of the day, there is a top 10 list that is developed for you. Okay. And it's made up of the stocks that win the most races. So you can see Sint, S-I-N-T, has won 9 races. Lay's 4 has won 4 races. Down to Tupperware has won 1 race. So obviously, I mean, these guys are the ones you probably want to follow for a good part of the day, but don't give up on a TUP. For instance, if you click on TUP, T-U-P, see what it's doing. So it's not winning a race right now, but it's having a little break over 4. And as always, for me, the way I trade is I'm always going to check left on the daily chart to see where could it go until it hits resistance. So, 440. 440 is the next high. A lot of resistance there. It's possible, if it meets your trading style or plan, you might look at this and go, okay, I could take this trade, maybe put a stop down here at the 397, 396 mark and see what happens. And that's why you can practice using our simulator. It's a real-time simulator using our real-time data, which I'll go over in a bit. So that's why it's, when you're just starting out, it's a great focus list to have, or develops focus just by looking at these stocks. This race here, now, unfortunately, I forgot to start it at 9:30. So that's why there's not too many in the top 10. This race is similar. The only difference is, two main differences. I put a $500 million minimum market cap plus a 50 million minimum float. So you're not going to see typically stocks moving 9% in this one. This is going to be a lot less volatile. Doesn't mean it's bad, but it's just going to be a lot less volatile. And if you're new to trading, even while these are exciting as all get out, but you've got to be awfully quick. You've got to know what you're doing. This might be a little easier to start off with because they're just not as volatile. Okay, you look at the XPAV. So you might look at this again, and this is all about developing a trading style. You might look at this XPAV and say, well, I don't want to chase it right now, but what if it pulled down to the VWAP at 1041 and 39? I'll stick a price alert there, see if that happens. A lot of people love to play pullbacks, which is, I'm not a huge pullback player. Doesn't mean, there's no right or wrong for trading styles. Or maybe you have a moving average that you have developed a liking for. Maybe if it pulls back to a moving average. If you listen to Steve Gomez enough, you know that he loves the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. So maybe that's, but you can practice it. You might have to practice 3, 4, 5, 6 months before you're ready to start trading. And this will create a top 10 list also. Again, the reason why you don't see more is because I just started that race. What happened is, there's an automatic start at 9:30. And that's why this one ran at 9:30. And typically this one will do the same thing, 9:30 Eastern time. But what happens is if no stocks meet the filter values right off the beginning, then I have to manually start it. So, I mean, it's not a big deal, but so let me answer your question from Aaron Day Trader in our YouTube room. How can I see the buy or suggested entries tags? Well, okay, a couple of things. I mean, if you have the AI, they will say, here's an entry and here's a stop. Okay. Number one, you can see it right on the chart here. 44.51 was a suggested entry. There was a suggested stop. My recommendation is you manage the exits on your own. Profit targets to me are, I mean, you have to be able to look at a chart. And for instance, the AI, because it's a computer generating this, yeah, it'll have an exit reason of some sort. Maybe a profit target has been hit. But if the trade is still working well, why would you get out? If this trade is still working and working and working, why would you ever get out of a trade? I typically do not put profit targets on any of my trades. All I do is look left on a daily chart so that I have an idea about where it could stop because of daily because of resistance. I'm always aware where the 200-day moving average is and the VWAP. Typically, they're far enough away for me when I'm in a trade, so it doesn't really come into play that much. Wow, look at Verona, guys. Now, the other way though that you can see suggestions, these are just suggestions. If I click on an alert, if I click on a symbol, right now at SINT, I'm going to click on it, okay? Bad example because it's probably way off. So let me click on Zyme, Z-Y-M-E. Give me a moment. Okay, I'll click on SINT again, SINT. Okay, so this is just a suggestion, okay? I mean, and again, just a suggestion. What they're saying, let me click on this one, APC or Zyme. It might look a little more clear. So they're saying when I clicked on the alert, the price was at 824. They're suggesting a stop down here at 781. Okay. This is an algorithm that's kicked in and it takes into account the volatility of 15-minute candles, the high and the low of the day. And it creates something that you can use, maybe practice it in a simulator. So it generates this smart stop. And I would not get to, the target is just double the difference between if you got into this one at 823 and that's 782. If you did some quick math, subtracting 825, 783, and then double it, that would give you the profit target. Okay. If that makes sense. In other words, a one for two. You're risking. So I mean, if it had a different presentation, if the stop was 10 cents away, then your profit target would be 20 cents away from your entry. A one for two, risking 10 cents to make 20. Okay. Treated by an algorithm? Oh, I have no idea. I mean, people get, I wouldn't even worry about that. I'm assuming what you meant was if a stock is traded by an algorithm, I wouldn't even worry about it. Just follow the chart, see what's happening. People say, oh, this is algo trading. What difference does it make really why it's trading? I mean, you could say every single thing is algo trading. So yeah, so every time you click on an alert, a smart stop will be generated, okay? And that's the smart stop when you clicked on the alert. So for instance, right now the smart stop for LASE, LASE is at 205. If if LASE moved up to 240 and you clicked on it, that smart stop would not be the same because it would be moving up, reflecting where the current price is. Make sense? Okay, guys, so I have taken some off of the Verona. It went over that magic another dollar or the whole number. Okay, it got up to 21.22, and so as it started to go back down to 21, I have taken some off. Just but that was just a great run. Okay, so the other last thing I just want to talk about, I mean, practicing trading is so key. Okay, so we have this simulator here called Brokerage Plus. For the races and the simulator, you have to be using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, it's not available. And I'm just going to put the Brokerage Plus link in. So all the things I'm talking about, you can practice, okay? Okay, so I put in a link called Brokerage Plus. If you click on the link, you'll see there are two videos. There's a short video that shows you if you have an interactive broker's account or an E-Trade account, how you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. Okay, and then the second video goes into a lot more detail about how to use this. Okay, but I like to demonstrate its use more as a simulator. Even if you're not new to trading, you might want to though practice a new trading style. Maybe you're thinking, you know what, I wouldn't mind maybe seeing what happens if stocks pull back to the VWAP or to the 10 SMA and I take the trade there. Let's see what happens. Okay. So you could be an experienced trader, but just trying something else. And the cool thing is it uses our real-time data. Okay. So again, if you're just starting out, you don't even need a broker. If you're still wondering about thinking about who your broker is going to be, that's fine. But you want to practice trading, all you need is our standard service and you're set to go. You click on new from our toolbar, click on new, and then brokerage, where are you? Right at the top, brokerage plus, and this window will pop up. You may have different column headers than I do. And then you click on, it'll say not connected. Now, if you can't see the full window, it may be because you have to pull it, just sort of grab the right end and pull it out so you can see the not connected and ascend. And all you do is click on Sim for simulation. Underneath the Brokerage Plus tab, there are two options. One is live, one is Sim. Click on Sim. That not connected will turn to account or change to account, and then click on account, and then click on simulated trading default. Now you are in our simulator and you are set to go. Yeah, but at least they've got a great broker, Cranesy. I think IB, I'm Canadian, so I mean, I've been using IB now for almost 7 years, 6 or 7 years, and at least they've got IB, and I'm very happy with them. So yeah, you get into the simulator, you click on a symbol, and the symbol will show up. You click on the quantity that you want to trade. Let's take a look at Lays now again. I know you guys have been watching Lays for a while, held a VWAP. Let's do a little bit, I haven't done this for a while, a little bit of money management and all. Let's take the Lays. I'm going to take 500 shares of Lays. I can go in at the market. It's only a 1 cent spread. So I click the buy button and then send it. Now I'm going to be in that trade. Okay. Now I'm going to put a stop in. I got in at 217. You guys know where I'm going to put my stop. I'm doing this to make the math simple. Better to stop at 197. You will see a red line on the chart that will say approximately minus 100 when it appears. There it is, 130 cents, okay? So there's my stop. So when I get into a trade, I have to be able to check a bunch of boxes before I'll take the trade. And you should have something, some kind of and that's your plan, okay? Your things could be, it doesn't matter what mine are, but your things could be, well, you know what? I only like to trade this sort of a price range. It has to have this sort of minimum volume. I can only trade in the first hour of the day because I have another job to get to. I live on the West Coast. So, there are all sorts of things that make up your trading plan. So for me, I have to be able to check every single box. And as you know, one of the big boxes I've got to check because I'm mainly a momentum trader, taking trades near the highs of the day. I have to be able to look left on a daily chart and see that there is still room for it to run before it hits the next high on a daily chart. It's one of my styles. So let's say that everything I check everything and say, okay, I'm taking the trade. But my next thing is, okay, but just because I love the trade doesn't mean it's going to work. So I have to have a price I'm getting out of the trade if it's not working for me, which is the stop. And I know what that is before I get into the trade. And how I place my stops, I typically look at say a 15-minute chart, try to size up where I think there is some good support so that if it broke down through that support area, I want to be out of the trade. Okay. If I were starting out trading though, because my idea of support may be very different from yours. So if I were starting out trading, I would probably just practice maybe using the low of the previous, say, 5-minute candle as your stop. It's a defined price. There's no guesswork. You know exactly what that price is. You can practice that in the simulator. So, assuming you understand and the concept of a stop, the next step is okay, but how much am I actually going to risk on the trade? If it doesn't work, how much like what is the like how much do I want to actually if it doesn't work, what's the most I'm willing to risk on the trade dollar wise? So what I do in the simulator, and that's why I took 500 shares, I always like to demonstrate risking $100 a trade. If it doesn't work, I don't want to lose more than $100, and this is in the simulator. So that's why I took 500 shares because to make the math easy. But I don't take the same number of shares every trade. It'll be defined by my entry and where I'm placing my stop. I put it 20 cents away on purpose. 217 minus 20 cents is $1.97 to make the math easy because if I divide 20 cents into the $100 that I'm willing to risk, I get 500 shares. So you can set up an Excel spreadsheet, and you could put in your entry and your stop, and that'll generate how many shares you should take. Now, I mean, don't get too hung up. It says 490 but you take 490 and all of a sudden instead of $100, you're risking $110. I mean, I wouldn't get too hung up on that, but within reason. The way I trade is I don't vary how much I risk per trade by a great amount. In other words, I'm not risking 1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 50 50 the next. I try to keep that amount about the same every trade. So that's all well and good, but one of the hardest things to do in a simulator, very simple to obey your stop. It's not really money, is it? I mean, so you get taken out, big deal. I have a little loss, I move on, etc. Now, I will say this, until you can make money in the simulator, do not trade with a real account. But unfortunately, even if you can make money in a simulator, it doesn't necessarily translate to making money when you start trading live because now all of a sudden emotion comes into it. There's really no emotion here. If I get out of this trade right now for a loss, big deal, right? By the way, these are some hotkeys. So if I had a series of trades here, I would just highlight a trade I wanted to get out and I could flatten it. Or I could get out of half my position or I could double it. Okay, these are just some very simple hotkeys we have. But obeying your stop is so critical to money management because a lot of times what's going to happen is that you'll get into a trade and you're very excited about it. Our room could be talking about it, and looks really good. Maybe there's even some great news. News is not one reason why I take a trade, but maybe I call it maybe a bonus. And then it still doesn't work. It's starting to drift down to your stop price. And so instead of obeying your stop, you stubbornly think it's going to come back for you. So now your $100 manageable loss turns into two, three, four, $500, $1,000 before you finally give up and sell, and you kick yourself for not obeying your stop. That's one scenario. Scenario number two, which is almost as bad, is not obeying your stop and have it, now you're down two, three, four, $500, and then it does turn around on you and you're making money. And you really say, thank gosh, I didn't obey my stop. Can that happen? Of course it can. Okay. But telling you, if you want to, my opinion anyway, if you want to, maintain a couple of things, your sanity, plus hopefully your account, obeying your stop is so key to money management. Think of it this way. You get taken out of a trade because, for a variety of reasons, it could set up again, same setup again. Maybe the market turned on you. There's a bunch of reasons why trades don't work. And maybe it sets up again. You can always get back in and try it again. Commissions are so cheap now. There's no excuse for not getting out of a trade because you think, wow, man, I don't want to pay the commissions. So that's it, guys. That's it. Yeah, well, sure. Great example, a notepad. Doesn't matter what the price of the stock is, Cranes. It's all about share sizing. Okay, it's all about share sizing. I mean, obviously, on a $50 stock, if you're going to risk 20 cents on a $50 stock, I mean, you're putting a pretty tight stop on it. But if you're risking if your stop is $1 on your $50 stock, then you'll take 100 shares of it as an example. So it's all about where you're. So it really doesn't. I mean, I just prefer to take stocks under usually around $30. That's just my personal preference. But if I really saw something I liked and it was a $50 stock, and and my risk amount was going to be $100, I would have to know where my stop is. And again, to make that math super simple, if I thought, and the stop is not just saying, well, every stop is 10 cents or every stop is 20 cents. I'm going to risk 20 cents or $1. It's for me, it's got to be based on something. And for me, that's the chart where I think there's a support level. But if you're starting out, maybe the low of the previous 5-minute candle. I mean, that's not a bad starting point. So VRNA is a good example. VRNA, question was looking left. I mean, for the next high. Obviously, on this chart, you can't see anything. That's why I went to a weekly chart. But maybe a better example right now is TAL, TAL. If again, when you look left, you can't see anything, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't. Yeah, HCGM is starting to move, isn't it? A little bit. So again, let's take a look at TAL. So why was I, talking about TAL, and I still talk about TAL? So if you look left, you can't really see anything. Okay, there's nothing to see. There's nothing to stop it, really, in theory. So I could keep backing this out as, but instead of doing that, I'm going to put up a weekly chart now. If I can't see anything on the daily chart quickly, then I'll go to a weekly chart. And this is why you can see right off the bat, this gives you the real idea about what it could do. Sorry, let me presentable. So look at this. So if I look left on this weekly chart now, what do I see? Nothing until we get all the way up to here. Darn, this is starting to move already. Get me back to my Cal. So, I mean, look, that's why, you look left on this weekly chart and there is a ton of room as an example, okay? So if you cannot see anything on the daily chart, then you have to go to your weekly chart to see, what's happening. And if you couldn't see anything on the weekly chart, if you go back, I mean, this is back in what, July of 21. Well, I mean, last year, over a year ago, you couldn't see anything. Maybe then you have to head on to a monthly chart. So that's why when people ask me, what's your most important time frame? I would almost say my daily chart. I mean, obviously, I have my 15-minute chart here, but I mean, I'm always looking left, see where could it stop? Where's the next high that it could stop at? Okay, guys, so I still have some of the Verona left. It went down through 21, right back up over 21. The one I really wish I was in also was the VKPX. I'm not in the VKPX. Should have been a little more aggressive in following it. Okay, guys, what time is it now? 11. Wow, 11:24 already. This has been a fast morning. This has been a great, you'll hear me say this. Can't find a good trending stock today. I'm not saying there are none. Of course, any given day with 10,000 stocks out there, but for the style of trading that I've got with my filters and all, some days I just don't see good trending stocks. I mean, how about this one? How about the Verona? I mean, these are things that I was watching. Um, excuse me. Earlier, the RAD was awesome on a short, trended to at least 45 minutes. Craziness, guys. I mean, we don't often see this. So you can tell exactly what's happening. We're in this, I keep calling it, we'll call it the reverse split sector now. You would never see this before. Even in the last 3 to 4 years, where we've now started to see reverse splits, not just absolutely crash like they used to, but it usually would take a couple of days at least. You wouldn't see the day of the reverse split stocks doing something like this. You just wouldn't see it. I'm ticked off. I mean, this is what I was saying. I was hoping this would happen tomorrow. Okay, guys. I mean, Verona, I don't know where this is going. I mean, now you're getting it's super extended. Excuse me. Hey, look at Alcoa even from the AI is not doing too badly. Well, it was doing a lot better before this pullback. There was the alert at 44.51 and it got up to 45.76. Not bad. If you say, well, why didn't I take this trade? Again, I have a very, I don't mind the ones from the AI when they're about 20 and under. It's just my style. That's it. So, the only one was the FSTX on a short, but I don't like it. But I use the AI just like a watch list. That's all it is. Just a watch list for me. So let's see how my 10-day daily breakout has worked. Obviously, the scent was incredible. Tough to get at 890, but could have got it somewhere. What did it get up to? Got up to 1528. So what you're seeing here, this is why you see DR, don't repeat. So what that means is, for instance, we had an alert for, well, sent at 931. So every time Sint, SINT, made a new high for the day, you would see it here. Okay. That's why this is the repeat version. So why I like to do this is I can kind of go back and say, okay, well, how did it do from that first alert? I know what the time was and I know what the price was. What did it do? Well, obviously, so when I click on the alert right there, I get a blue candle, a blue arrow, it's a blue candle, a blue arrow, and it tells me this is on a 15-minute chart. If I had a 5-minute chart up, well, here it is. Here I got 5 minute on my other. There it is right there. If I had a 1 minute chart, I'd have to scroll back, but it would tell me the candle in which the alert happened. So pictorially, I can just see immediately, well, what happened after that alert? Well, pretty good. Okay. Lays, not so good, 222. I mean, it got up now. It has been chopping around. Doesn't mean though that maybe later on in the day, maybe later on it'll pick up. Obviously, the Verona was awesome. There was the alert right there. And from that point on, it's an almost a straight up trajectory, almost. The Zyme, hey, who knows? 840, maybe later on in the day. Okay, so crazy trades in our YouTube room. My data is on, but my link charts are not populating. Okay, so were they populating yesterday? Alt. Well, if you're in Alt right now, I don't know if you took it, but you should be aware of that VWAP. It's coming into the VWAP. You would probably want to see if the VWAP held. It held the last two 15-minute charts or 15-minute candles. So you probably want to see if that VWAP can hold. If it broke down through that. I mean, I don't know. Are you in the trade now? I mean, you're asking me exit in Alt. I would wait to see, that could be your trading style. You have to have a plan, okay? I can't tell you what your plan is going to be. You have to have a plan to how am I going to get out of a trade? Like where are the areas that I will get out of a trade? It may be for you that if it held the VWAP, I won't get out of the trade. And if it broke down through it, that gets me out. But that has to be, a trading plan that like for you. I can't say to you, well, you should get out if it breaks through the VWAP. That may not be your style. Okay. So if it wasn't, so back to crazy trade. So my guess is that when the alert window that you've got, an alert window, and you're clicking on it, and it's not loading into the chart. So there's two things that can happen. Make sure when you click on your chart, right click, and make sure it says, um, give me a moment. So on the properties, I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. Right click on the chart and go to properties, and then make sure obviously that the symbol linking is checked. Also link to all. Okay. Only an orange square in the heart is showing. You mean that heart? Well, I don't know what the orange square would be. Not sure I understand what you mean. I know what the heart is on the chart, but what is the orange square to which you refer? Are you talking about where is the orange square that you're talking about? I see the heart, but first thing, make sure when you click on right click, then click on right click the chart, click on properties, and make sure symbol linking is checked. Okay, and then link to all. Oh, I see. Well, you see for Vivavi, it's purple. So, so maybe for your particular symbol, maybe it is an or what stock are you talking about? Give me an idea what stock you're talking about. Now, is it because your chart is so small or something? Like it's like this? I mean, if it's like this and that you're just getting a sliver, maybe that's all you have to do. Just when your pointer changes to this icon, the up and down, just grab the corner and start moving it down. Is that it? Yeah, it's the only thing I can think of. It's looking like this. It's not a sizing issue. So you have a big chart. Is it possible that you could send me the cloud link for it? You know how to do that? So I can see what it looks like just for the chart. All you have to do is right click and then save or share to cloud. Okay. Save and share. Yeah, it's just taking a bit. Once you've done that, you can't do it in YouTube. Shoot. Anyway, that's the problem with YouTube. You can't give me a link. Yeah. Any ideas, Pepe, why he's trying to don't understand exactly. I can send you to the other room and you can do it. First of all, the orange he's talking about is probably the specific company, and maybe they've got an orange. See, here's white for syntax. There is, it probably that's yeah. What is the symbol? Crazy traits. Okay, so if I look at MDIA, okay, you're saying that you have the heart, and next to it, it's orange as opposed to this M as an example. You can see my screen, right? And you're able to size the chart, so it's big, but you're just this is your so you're saying on MDI you don't see the symbol? Yeah, guys, I'm just trying to help this individual in our YouTube room, trying to figure out why he's not getting any chart data. Oh, there you are. Okay, good, good, good. Sorry. I'm internal discussion. So let me just take a look at the chart link. Hopefully it's just the chart. Okay, it looks like it is. See what it looks like on my end. Please just be a chart. Should be. Okay, so I don't see the problem. Not on my end anyway. That's what I get when you send that link. Yeah, so this is that's baffling to me how I can get it. So you're not seeing this. Must be your computer settings or something because you can see exactly. You gave me the link. Here it is. There's the chart. But are you a new subscriber? Have you ever had charts? If you're a new subscriber, what I would recommend, I can give her a homepage link because I guess I'm. If you had sent me the link and it was all messed up for me too, then I could maybe have something to work with. But I have nothing to work with here because it looks good. And you are definitely connected. There is a green ball. I don't even see my green ball here. Here you are. Where's my green ball? Here we are. So in your toolbar, you do see a green ball. Can you see what what I'm pointing at? Now your toolbar might be not as stretched out as mine, but you do see a green ball that says that you are connected. All right, guys, it's 11:43, so I'm getting about 15 minutes. I'll be on my break. So I just want to make sure it's Jamie in the room when I take my break. So I'm just pinging him now. Well, you can see why I'm very interested in OP tomorrow. Okay. Excuse me. I mean, they were supposed to have the reverse split today and then they canceled it, and now it's going to be tomorrow, but we'll have to see what happens when this one starts trading tomorrow. This will be a lot cheaper too. Yeah, it'd be nice to know if Crazy Trades is a new subscriber or did anything work at any time or it's just today. Okay, so all of a sudden today it stopped working. Are you getting alerts though from are you getting real-time alerts from alert windows or your top lists are updating? Everything else is working, just not the charts. Look at HTGM. Man, boy, that's a baffler then. I mean, I can send you to support. Then you can say exactly the same thing. Maybe somebody will have it. time to take a look, like get into your system. One of the developers might, but yeah, when in doubt, try like do a restart or before you do that, do a reset, go to account and do a reset connection. Just, you never know. Um, is it only one chart? Maybe can you bring up a new chart? Bring up start a new chart, go to file new and then new chart window and see what happens when you bring up a new chart. Maybe that chart, if it's just one, a daily chart, maybe it's corrupted for some reason. Yeah, you haven't reached your limit, have you? I don't know if you're a standard subscriber, you have access to 10 charts. If you're a premium, you have 20. I don't know but to me, if you were a standard subscriber and you tried to open 11th chart, I think it would just block you, wouldn't it? Would just say not permitted or something like that. And it is Jamie. Yes, it is Jamie who will be taking over for me in our YouTube room in about 12 minutes. Well, sometimes, all you need is one good trade, guys, and for the Verona. And I have no idea where it's going. There's no real resistance for this. Had great news yesterday. It was a little bit choppy. It was a little bit choppy today. I look at these bottoming tails and all, but once it took out that $20 mark, it was pretty steadily up. Ah, that's it. Okay. Thank you, Pepe. I doubt it. Question is it possible to short HTGM at Interactive Brokers? No. Typically, the day of a reverse split, there'll be no shorts available. But no, y- there would be very few brokers that will have shorts available the day of a reverse split. I'm not saying there are none. Zach's not in the room today, but Centerpoint might. Now, they will do a locate, okay, but I'm not interested in a locate. They'll try to do a locate, I should say. So I wouldn't get too hung up on that, just changing brokers, unless people are going to tell me that, I don't know, Thinkorswim or, and yet I saw one that was available the day after a reverse split. I can't remember which one it was at IB. I can't remember which one it was. Okay, so for Poe, as an example, anybody in the room, can they short HTGM? And if so, who is your broker? Just out of curiosity. Yeah, so Cobra, yeah, okay. There's Cobra and Centerpoint. Those are the two. What is your fee rate? Just out of curiosity. So are you trying to spam a? I don't know what you mean by that. All right, guys, getting close. So what I'm going to do is just put the announcement in. Sometimes Jamie has to leave early, so he might be starting earlier. Let me ask him this. All right, guys. I'm just going to put my announcement in. And then I'm just going to wait for Jamie to show up. I'll put the YouTube link in right now. So you can head over to YouTube and listen to Jamie for the hour. He's not there yet. Man. I'm having fun with the other guys at Trade Ideas. They just always accuse me of scalping. And I don't, I mean, see, for me, scalping are people that, will try to buy 10,000 shares of a 5 cent stock and it goes up a penny and they make money. Okay. That's my idea. And, the other guys are more longer term traders, but they're having to day trade in this environment. So I'm pulling their leg a little bit with the length of time that I've been in this Verona. No, there's a little break for Grupo. Let me try to pronounce that one. Financiero. Um, So a little break right here. Now let's take a look left. A little break on that 15-minute chart. So, I mean, here's an example. Somebody asked about looking left. So on the daily chart, I can see stuff, right? I don't have to go to a weekly chart, so I can see stuff right now. So I just get that dotted line, and the next high looking left is 888. So that to me means I won't take the trade. It's at 876. The next high is 888. And then the next high is 920. Okay, so for me, there's just a little too much stuff in the way. Now, I could be, and I don't want to say wrong. I mean, this could just explode out of there. It doesn't care what I think, but that's my trading plan. They've been asking for day trading pointers. Not really. I mean, they hear me. A lot of them, can hear me, and they the one thing is they jokingly say, "Oh, well, now I look left a lot more." Oh, then I hope it works for you, Major. You just took a GJAL or a GGAL. Well, I hope it works for you. Thomas. Well, yeah, I mean, I'll hold something as long as it keeps working. I'll hold the stock all day long. If I'm up even like a couple of pennies on a stock, I won't get out of the trade. As long as I'm up a little bit, I will not get out of the trade out of boredom. Because you never know. We've seen so many times that, later on in the day, for some reason, a stock starts to really move. So as long as I'm up on a trade, even if it's just a couple of pennies, I'll stay in. And that's the other thing. I don't really have a profit target in mind. I have, well, Jamie's going to be here any moment now, so I can't.
Hi.
There he is. There he is. Uh,
Hello, Barry.
Hello, just give me one moment, Jamie. I just want to
Sure.
mute the other rooms. Okay, guys, so Jamie is in our YouTube room right now. So I'm going to mute the main room and I'm going to mute our Discord room. And now I can talk to you, Jamie.
Barry, what's going on?
Well, what's going on is that I'm extremely happy about this VRNA trade I'm in.
Verna.
Verona. I say my Sharona, my Verona.
Oh, and just a nice little upward trend today.
Oh, no kidding. Well, I had the great news yesterday, like legitimately good news, phase three bio and all that. Legitimately good news. And it was a little bit choppy yesterday. At the end, you'll see there was a bit of a sell-off. But today, ever since, my whole thing is breaking 20, big psychological number.
Right.
And it took a couple of times, and I was saying to everybody, okay, guys, the next time it took out 20, it's been basically straight up, and there's
You
no real
gotta love
resistance.
that.
You gotta love it. There's no real resistance. I look left. I think the next resistance is in 2018. I just don't care about that. So yeah,
Yeah, the weekly,
and that's
it's
what I looked
already
at. Yeah,
yeah, it's already through that and
yeah,
got that big
exactly.
wick back from yeah, you're right, 2018.
Yeah,
Very nice.
very nice. How about you? Are you in anything that's kind of fun or
I had some fun with LU today. Um,
LU? Okay,
mhm.
take a look at
Well,
LU.
but of course that's just intraday. I was out a while back,
Yeah.
but
Oh, I see. Okay.
just using the good old K-Web, it put in that big wick. If you
Yeah.
look at that opening 15-minute candle,
Yeah.
and it's worked for the past couple of days with LU and these Chinese stocks. I mean,
Yeah.
it's never a guarantee. They'll throw some they'll throw some wiggles at you, but
Yeah.
if you're getting it a penny or so off the bottom, well, then you know what your if it does turn and burn on you, you know what your risk is. So
Exactly. Always know your risk and how much you're willing to lose on the trade if it doesn't work.
another fun one today was Rad off the open.
Oh, I shorted. No, I don't know if you took that on the long side or the short side. I shorted that one.
Yeah, yeah, I was short because it had earnings today.
Yep. And an
Um,
all-time low.
hmm
Basically, it was, getting to that all-time low, which I love.
Yep, good old
Earnings
Rite Aid.
today. Yeah. Not in Canada. I've been in a store in the States and it was beautiful. It was brand new. It was Bellingham, which is close to the border, across the border from Vancouver. And it was a beautiful store. There was nobody in it, but it's
Yeah,
just
you
a
got. I
beautiful
mean, there
store.
you got Rite Aid, you got CVX, and then you got Walgreens.
Yeah.
They're the well, you could call them the
The
trinity
big, the big three.
of drugstores. Um,
Right.
all good. So I'm sure you're ready to take off on your break, Barry. So
Yes, I am.
let
Now,
me
can you
grab
go
the
to 1 o'clock?
screen here. Yeah,
You can go to one today. Okay.
that is fine. Let me grab the screen from you. Okay,
There you are. Okay,
there
Johnny.
I am. All right,
See you in
Barry.
about
We'll
an
see you back
hour.
here in about an hour, sir.
Okay. Bye-bye.
All righty. Bye bye. Hello, everyone. Welcome to my desktop. I'll be your host for the next hour while Barry takes his well-deserved break. But as you saw, or as you heard, Barry and I were talking about RAD. Earnings popped up on my earnings window this morning. Got it pushed over here. So, handful of earnings today, all pre-market. And what I was really keying off of on the RAD here was just this simple pre-market range. And a lot of the times, of course, it's no guarantee, but when they do break these ranges, either to the upside or the downside. Um, if there's a little room to be had, they can release quite nicely, and this is the case with RAD this morning. Now, we were also talking about Lou. Pretty much the same thing here. If we mark off these candles on the pre-market, I've seen Lou have a lot tighter pre-market range before, but as you always hear Barry talking about as well, focusing on K-Web, threw in this big opening wick here down to basically 29.48, close back up here. LU starts to move, breaks this opening range, breaks that little pre-market range there, and then took a while to get going. Had to sit, be patient for about 15 minutes as it retest that entry area. But after that candle wicked out, good sign, off to the races. I like to trade LU. XPEV is a little wicked for me. Um, took off a little bit earlier. Could have had a nice little entry up here, but felt a little chasey to me, so I left XPEV alone. If I am going to trade the Chinese smaller dollar stocks, I prefer to hit LU, and also I didn't even look at this one today, but ZH not looking so conducive, a little stretched out on that opening bar there. But when that one does set up nicely, I don't mind playing that one as well as far as the Chinese stocks go. But usually, if I'm looking to hit one of these, it's going to be LU. Now, while we're on the topic of other trades, I never like to associate the term easy with trading. But here we are looking at Genworth Financial. Not exactly a small company here. Actually, I take that back. Not the hugest float for a big cap. Market cap of 2.65 billion. Definitely what we'd call a larger cap stock. Um, but notice, didn't really participate at these levels here because I wasn't really aware of it at that time. But once it got up here and started flatlining out here, I'm thinking to myself, well, if it breaks, might have a little room here. Started taking a gander at the weekly as well. And we're getting up to this interesting level here. So we poked our head above it today, just briefly. But you can see if this thing gets a little traction way back here, kind of like what Barry was referencing on that uh, other stock back from 2018. And now we're looking way back at 2015 for the last little bit of room here. In any case, this was a total scalp, not even in it anymore. Um, but right here at this level here at the 530, this was a good old fashioned play. And what I mean by that is strong stock and on the offer at 530, I think it was either NYSE or NASDAQ just sitting there with 100,000 shares. So just had to sit there and be patient. And when that thing started getting pecked on, it was just bam, bam, bam. And then, nice little 7 cent move here. Very liquid stock. So, not that hard to be in 3, 4, 5,000 shares of that one. Get a nice little 6, 7 cent run and say thank you very much. So between GNW, LU, and RAD, that's pretty much makes up the majority of my trading today. And just sitting here waiting for something else to materialize. Nice little lift in the markets as well. Nice little break on the SPY. And as we bounce for day number 2 off of this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 consecutive down days. So market putting in a little bounce. And it's pretty quiet out there as far as the volume levels go. And it just seems like it's getting a little quieter and a little quieter as the week progresses, going into the holiday weekend here. All right, any questions coming through here? So you guys talking about some shorts you were trying to get. ATNF yesterday. Let's take a gander at that one. Yeah, nice little run up and then a nice little run all the way down. Let's see here. Just out of curiosity, is that even shortable where I go? Just to see here. Nope. Hard to borrow at Thinkorswim as well. Yeah, and how generous of them to loan you 1,000 shares for $42. Hello, Iris. Yep, Lucid raised some money. One of the other high-flying EV stocks that's not flying so high anymore. What was the high on that one? Yeah, 65. Just didn't go quite back far enough there. To be exact, 64.86. Another 10xer almost, almost, almost cut by 10. One of my favorite scalping stocks isn't my favorite scalping stock anymore. VXRT was a lot of fun to trade when it was above $1, but it went below $1 the other day, and I've kind of washed my hands of it because just don't like trading the sub penny stuff. It just starts moving in a whole different way. All right, you guys are pretty quiet over there, but if you have a question, just go ahead and get it out there. Little marathon. Yep, it's going to be interesting what happens with fossil fuels since, fossil fuels are bad, okay? Got to have electric vehicles. Never mind that what's powering those electric vehicles sure ain't solar and it sure ain't wind. Look at little Credit Suisse trying to gasp for higher levels. And there we have the long-term view of Credit Suisse. What did we top out there? Back in '09, up at the $58 level, down hovering around $3 a share. Of course, not allowed to participate in the short on that one either. Don't really know anywhere where that one's readily available to short. I guess they've got a little immunity there, being Credit Suisse. Some interesting things coming through the race game. HTGM getting a nice lift. Another one that's hard to borrow. Not a bad run from the $8 level up to 14. But when you get into this one, you better strap yourself in because it's always gonna be interesting. Yep, and there is a very nice little opening range break on the ALT there. Not too shabby. Not the biggest float, but not the smallest either. Not a bad short float either. Zyme, another decent one. All right, talk to me, people. What else you guys been trading today? What's your best trade? What's your worst trade today? Feel free to throw it out there. Yep, some days it's like that, Patrick. I'll sit there and wait for a stock to hit a certain level for hours. And as soon as I get up to do something, come back, it did it. You're like, what are the odds of that? I'm away for just a moment. I've been waiting for hours for this thing and just get up at the wrong moment, get out at the wrong moment. But yeah, QFin, nice clean break there. Yeah, SINT, not bad right off the open. Of course, it would have been better if it stayed down here in the pre-market, but a little bit of an energy expenditure in the last bit of that pre-market range, but it still managed to go a good ways. Once again, another race stock. Dave saying his best trade today was WDH. Yep, not bad at all. Water drop, some type of water ETF. No? Medical crowdfunding. Interesting name, though. Take a look at TME. Yeah, that one's been on a lot of my radars as of late. Haven't really traded it that much. Nice uptrend on the daily. A little crazy there. Nice little pullback to that 200 period on the 5. Notice the 10 and the 200 right there. But some nice action nonetheless. CMPX. Yeah, it's creeping up there. Looking pretty good on the volume levels too. There's my pin. It was above average here on the 5 minute, but some nice rel volume. Only 227,000 shares and not a bad float, 75 million, but it's a little sleepy right now. But you never know if it gets up to that $5 level. And this is all of the weeks for CMPX. So I guess this one just know if it was a redo or packaged up, or if that was just the IPO level there. But certainly $5 high right there at the week before last. So definitely an interesting area. Jeff says he's been in a little G-Gall. Oh, that's pretty. You know, not the hugest move, but hey, a dime is a dime, a penny's a penny. And especially if you're trading in a zero com environment, takes the shackles off. Don't have to worry about beating the commission every day. VGR breaking out. Yeah. Notice the relative strength here on the daily. Kissing that 200 period on the weekly 200 period moving average, and a lot of, a lot of chop to deal with right here as well. Let's see. Yep. Water drop. I tried my hand a few times on Otley today, and it's not a Chinese stock, but man, it'll pull the rug on you in a heartbeat. Figured out I don't really like trading that one that much. Made a little bit, but I was like, not worth the worry. And of course, it's been tricky because this is more of a what Barry likes to play. For a while there, it was flirting with all-time lows, and when these cooperate to the downside, yeah, great, because when you look left, you never know where it might stop. But these are also stocks that can put in the fiercest bounces at any given time. So it was fun for, a few days ago on the short side, just pretty much playing it off pure price action and prints. But boy, it's getting a little nasty now, so I'll just I'll pass on Otley for a while. talking about job there, Michael. This one here. You put dollar sign job in there. I'm just assuming that's from Twitter Twitter speak. Yeah, earnings right here. Yeah, it looks like it might be finding a little home down here. Well, you know, looks like it stopped right there today, but you never can tell. Might want to retest and test these wicks over here, but looks like it's getting pretty close to putting on the brakes, and we can see the weekly levels here as well. So this area, and Adam's talking about ALT. Yep, that's the one that set up real nice. I've already forgotten the stock that Barry was talking about. Didn't it start with an A? Very similar to this, but his was up at $20. Speaking of stocks at all-time lows, I've got a couple of top lists that I configured looking for those. So these guys right here are at or below, like for example, RAD. We breached the all-time low today along with the earnings call. So RAD showing up on not only on this one, but in my earnings play as well. Huma. See, sometimes you get these guys right here. When it broke that level, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. 6 days. Of course, not quite a 70-cent move there, but on a $3 stock, that's pretty significant. And not only can these represent good swing trades, they can be excellent scalping opportunities as well. Just depends. TSSL, looking very similar to what we just saw there in Huma. ERAS, Open Door. I wonder if they'll have to change the name to Shut Door pretty soon. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, the market is just littered with these not so old IPOs. Here we are looking at all of the candles on the weekly for Open Door Technology, topping out at, let's just call it 40, and now residing at $1, right? Not quite a 40x cut in half, but definitely somewhere in the 30s. And these are all over the place. EVGO, a lot of these are staying below. TSP looks like it's on a death march. Looks like it's going to start showing up on Dawn of the Dead. OSCR. And of course, we all are familiar with RIDE. Speaking of things at all-time lows, I think this one might have done it in record time. When did that first hit the scene? Back in August 22nd. So Ape topping out at 10.50. Now residing at 70 cents. And that's why Ape's not showing up. Wow, look at all when I enabled things below $1, this list got a lot larger. But I'm still not seeing, okay, which filter is Yeah, ape. See, do I have 10 million in there? Well, no, that is one, two, three, four, five. That's only a million. Ape does well over a million, but I think it's just a hair above its all-time low, is what I think there. That's why. Yeah, Patrick, go to. That is the one that kind of seems it doesn't care a lot of the times. Yeah, it is a Chinese stock. A lot of the times it doesn't care what K-Web's doing. Kind of marches to the beat of its own drum, but not a bad little break from the 316 level today. Good for about 30 cents. All right, so at or below lifetime range, near or at lifetime range. And typically what I'll do is I'll just sort these by, relative volume, see which ones are actually doing some volume, and then if whatever pattern I'm looking at looks conducive, then I'll take a chance at it. Peggy, I remember when this one was coming through the races, probably way back here, back in October, all over the races, but seems to have fallen from grace as it is attempting to visit its original resting spot down here before it went on its big run there. Ah, Gurn, I was trading this one yesterday. Was in it from this little area of congestion down here, 204, a whopping 4 cents. But once again, it was relatively liquid and penny spread, so no harm in being in a few thousand of that one, making a little change. I mean, talk about a run here. That's barely a red day there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We got a little doji and a topping tail there, but man, 12 days of green. And even before that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You got about 20, 19 out of 20 days there, green. And, once again, I'm sure this one has come across Dawn of the Dead before, the Dawn of the Dead race. They're looking for these types of patterns. Of course, Andy's looking more on the daily, but once we squish it up, you see the same thing happening there. But a nice little run for sure. And who knows about go-to? It might have some red days or it might keep on going. That's just the thing. You never can tell how long these things are gonna keep going up, keep going down. Got a little volume coming into RKLB as it accelerates to the downside here. Boy, once it lost that 10 period there, 385, that's only 12 cents. Smaller dollar stock, but of course that pattern looks horrendous. I don't see any area where I would have had an interest. I'll take that back. From a scalping perspective, if I'm seeing it bounce between this range right here after a down move, yeah, if I can control risk relatively well, sure, why not? But I'd have to be really bored, which is not a good thing for trading. Which, when I see a little pattern like this, what instantly comes into my mind is a NR7 pattern. And I've been meaning to spend a little bit more time looking for these guys on the 5-minute time frame, or maybe even the 15-minute. Let's see here. Because it does provide little areas of micro consolidation. Ions. Just pulled up the one that was first on the list there. Let's see. Relatively fresh alert, a couple of minutes old, but you can see the little, of course, this is looking at 15 minutes, and we can see the same thing happening over here on the 15-minute chart here. So if you're not familiar with the NR7, that just stands for narrow range pattern. What it's looking for is exactly this. And then you have an inside bar. You've got uniform bars, and then you have a little inside bar. And then a lot of the times that can be indicative of a move. Now, is it going to move to the upside or the downside? Unknown, but we can use the rest of the pattern to help us try to deduce that. Let's just take a look at the history there. And notice all the times are going to be the same. If it's a 15-minute NR7, every 15 minutes you're going to get a pulse of alerts, right? Saying, hey, 9, look how tight the 9 is up here. Looking at the 15, but also, look how tight the range is getting right here. What is that, a penny, 2-penny spread maybe on 9? About a penny spread right now, 2-penny spread. 9, strong. Relative strength, up. Nice little bust out today. Or actually, kind of tickled it yesterday, closed. Where did we open today? 1107. So right below that area, and plenty of time to monitor for the little break above there. So and 9 looking like it might have a little room there. Notice what we have going on here. A little breakout from how many days ago? And then we're looking at the weeklies here. Nice little consolidation on the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 6, 7 week consolidation. And now we're getting into this area here. So interesting on the 9. Volume level, not so bad either. Doing some decent relative volume. Kind of sleepy right now, but definitely one to keep an eye on, not only for the rest of the session, but moving forward. Nike taking a snooze. CNX a little higher from the original. I think that was 330. Oh no, that is not price. 825. About 3 cents from the signal. Groupon. Purple has been a fun little stock to trade as well lately. It's just been kind of seesawing on this daily here. Um, but every time it gets to the top, it likes to take these little pullbacks. And every stock is a little bit different in the way that it trades. But purple is one of the more, let's just say when it is in play, it trades very orderly, right? Of course, can't really say it's in play today. I mean, it is up on the day. Nice little move higher, but pretty pathetic as far as the volume goes. All right, Michael, what about CHS? Let's take a peek. Chicos. Well, look what we have here, a little kiss kiss on the 200-day today as we went down here, right? So a little kiss, little area of potential support, top of this range, bottom of this range, and the 200-day kiss. So, might get some of this action coming back up, but we'll just have to see if it holds up. If you're thinking about swinging this one, well then the stop is already dictated, right? The kiss of that 200-day or the low of today, which is 507, and depending on your risk tolerance, and how much you're laying out on the line there, you might even want to go 499. But relatively low risk for a swing trade. Varna. That's the one Barry was in. Yeah. And what a pretty, as Barry was talking about, no resistance till 2018. Curve. Yeah, not exactly the most liquid, but not a bad little move there from 305 up to 330. As it's curving up the bottom here, it's trying to put in that rounded bottom. But pretty much, looking like some of these other IPOs, a little 10 times haircut on this one as well. That's all the weekly candles there. So 33.19 down to $3 as it tries to find a home down here. Yeah, I that was the one that just looks so good. And when I saw that, I'm like, this looks like a Michael Moss play. High relative strength and just basing out up here. I think I remember hearing him talk about that one as well. For some reason, every time I see this symbol, I want to think it's Nine West, the retail outfit. Of course, it's not. Just like LU is now a Chinese stock, but that used to be Lucent. LU used to be Lucent. That's what happens when you've spent way too long in this business. Symbols that used to be one thing are something else now. I say too long, but I wouldn't want to be anywhere else. actually. All right. Let me see if I'm gonna cry. Nope. I'm like, you got to stop now since I got out. Don't keep going up. Now, of course, if anybody else is in it, yeah, sure. I hope it works. Yeah, Jeff, no problem. Put this back on real time here. Let me just review the filter set. And the reason I'm watching 15 is because if it's NR7ing on the 15, then you know you're going to have, even if it's just two candles, right? And then I really prefer to see things on the smaller time frame, the 5 minute. But a lot of the times there might not be enough consolidation for my liking. That's why I'm using the 15. So of course you can feel free to add any of the other time frames, that you see fit. But this one just has the 15 as default. Make sure I don't have any other squirrely things in here. Got to have a little bit of boost on the relative volume of 1.2. Just got the earnings per share filter in there to weed out the ETFs and iShares. And then it has to be, of course, we don't have in words there, but notice it has to be, um, I've got a 0 in the change from 10 period day SMA. Let me see something real quick here. Okay, change from the 10-day, and pardon me while I just refresh my brain here. Okay, so not the 20, but the 10, the price has to be above the 10 period SMA, either at or above the 10 period SMA, jiving with what we see on the 15-minute chart there, which is indicating strength, right? And then a little average daily volume filter in there as well. And I do believe that is 1 million. So here is the cloud link for that, Jeff. There you go. Yep, Varna's just pecking at highs. So far, 2323 is the magic number. All right, we just had a new crop of these guys. Notice how everything pulsed out right there. Mobley. There's Nike again as it bases out. Notice you're getting the bigger names here. Boeing. There's GoTo. No big surprise there. ZYME definitely looking like it wants to get a little frisky there, but when it comes to this one, this is what we have to focus on right here. So not a whole lot of room there before we start testing that level again. Took a little warm-up day before yesterday. Not so active yesterday, but now it might get up there and test that again. We'll have to see what happens. Did I hear Barry? It must have just been a phantom noise. Now, if you wanted to have ones with larger, well, with more oomph, let's just see what would happen if we come in here and jack up this relative volume. Yeah, it's going to reduce things significantly. Or we could go about it this way. Instead of saying, okay, really high relative volume, which can be a little slow to adjust, since we're looking at 15 minutes, we could go to the 5 minute volume and look for the ones that are starting to spike on the 5 minute. And that's either going to kill it or not. Oh, okay. My eyes were playing a trick on me. See, those are from 10:45. We're at 11:45 my time. So yeah, using that 5 minute volume spike really kind of snuffed it. But interestingly enough, when it did find LASE back here, it was before a little move up. A little move down back to where it was. It was a decent one. Of course, that's a micro penny stock. Notice we're not, ooh, I like that one. Of course, that would have been, let's see, price on that one was 35.91. You would have had to set a 5 cent wiggle before the big move there. E2, a little bit of a follow through there before it folded over. Not bad on that one. Higher price stock. Notice we're not seeing a lot of the big names like the Boeings and the Nikes come through right now because, ooh, not bad on that one either. Of course, not a big dollar amount, but hey, it's all about the move. So it seems to have an effect, but it seems to weed things out a little too much. Change it up a little bit, but not that much. Anyway, just some ideas to try and experiment with the NR7. And actually, now that I'm saying that, the best way to work these, I think, is just to leave things like this off and just look at the nice consolidation that's occurring, consult the chart, and make your decision based on that. But it's a good way to find things that are in mellow ranges where the risk is low. And as traders, we always want to maintain risk. Take as little risk as possible, in other words. Barry.
That was a false alarm I was not on earlier, but I had to jump in when you said, because this is coming from the mellowest guy we have at Trade Ideas. He was looking for mellow trading or true. I love that with your NR7.
I
A
don't like
mellow.
losing, Barry. I don't like losing more than a penny. I really don't. these
Well,
days, these days, I don't know. I've become a different type of scalper. We'll see if it lasts, but right now it's
yeah.
working.
So when you say, I mean, I know you're kind of kidding, but you're not putting 1 cent stops on
No, no,
trades,
no,
though,
no, no,
are you?
no, 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 no,
So
no.
what are you talking about?
I'm just trading these thicker names, right?
Mhm.
And trying to find the ones that depending on the stock, it'll have a penny spread, but you know, for example, BBD, was in play for a while there, especially after the Brazilian um, little fiasco,
Mhm.
right? So, of course, it's kind of died off lately. But
Right.
when you're talking about LU, right? I mean,
Mhm.
penny spread pretty thick on both sides. A lot of these stocks are going to have could it be 100,000 shares on the bid or the offer,
Oh,
you
that's what
know.
you mean by thick. I'm sorry. I
Yes,
wasn't
yes,
you're
yes.
talking
Thick
about the,
size. Hmm.
oh, okay. Do
Yeah.
you did we not was it you and I, or somebody else, one of the other traders talking about the well, as you call it, the thick, and you are now starting to look at that more? Or
Well, well,
the
I mean,
level
for
2, I
example,
guess the
okay,
level 2.
I'm engaging in two types of trading right now. I still like to hit the race plays if they look
Mhm.
good, but as we know, they're not really. If you're looking for thickly traded stocks, most of the time it's not going to be a race stock. Now they're going to have
Mm.
the big moves, but it's not something that you can focus on price action on. You just make your bet based on the chart, say this is my stop, let it go, right?
Right.
You drive yourself crazy trying to, make sense of order flow on those stocks. Um, but then the other type of trading I'm doing is just pure scalping. And if I see something that looks good, like that GNW today, you
Mhm.
know, this is the epitome of it, right? So before it broke this level right here, I was throwing out little test trades. Hey, throw out a bid, see if they hit you. Throw out an offer, see if they hit you. And if they do, well, that's telling you something, right?
Mhm.
So I was throwing out offers. Uh, they were pecking at it, and then they're all of a sudden at 5:30 when it got to the 5:30 level, the NYC, or I forgot whether it was Nasdaq or NYC, was offering 100,000 shares. I'm like, this is going to be interesting. So just like old school, like when Dan and I started SOS trading, you just sit there and wait for that size to start getting pecked on, and as soon as you can get all the shares you want, basically at that
Mhm.
offer, and then as soon as it was gone, 30 became the bid, 31 offers started ripping out, 31 bid, 32 offers started ripping out. So it was just a nice little escalation. And, whereas a race stock, I'm not going to be in a whole lot of shares, depending on the stock. It could be 200, 500, whatever your risk tolerance is based on
Right.
what you think the risk is.
Where your
But on
stop
this
is and all,
one,
yeah.
you could have easily been in 5,000 shares, got a nice little, 5-cent move. Boom. Thank you. 250. I'll take
Mhm.
that.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, and I've also started using, because I'm pretty good at entries. If I had to say what my weak spot is, it's my exits. It's always been my exits, right? Get out,
Everybody's like
get
that,
out
though.
too early.
Everybody. Yeah.
Well, on these thicker ones, I've been using trailing stops.
Oh, okay.
If something's really in play, especially on some of these thinner, well, I won't say thin, but on these thicker stocks that have a real seller in there. And I don't know if you've seen this because you're probably not looking for it, but you know how we have the offer stepping down alert?
I'm sorry, my sound alert just went off, so I didn't hear what you said. The what alert? The what trending down alert?
Remember how I don't know if you ever watched the old offer stepping down alert back in the old days?
No.
Okay.
No.
Well, those guys are still out there. And if you find a good, thick, lower dollar stock and you get into a good short, let's say I'm 3 cents in the money, and then they start throwing elbows or whatever. I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna put a 2 cent trailing stop in, or a 3 cent trailing stop, which means it has to blow out all the offers and then print the next whole number or the whole
Mhm.
figure of the penny to get you out. And a lot of the times that's getting me out a lot better than I could have managed the exit, right?
Hmm.
So I've been playing around with those trailing stops on the thicker issues, and you know, you got to be in the
I
money, right? Because you don't want to put
yeah.
a stop in, and because stops are, I'm telling you, every time I put a stop in, it seems like it gets hit. Now, a trailing
Mhm.
stop's a little different when you're in the money, because if it does reverse on you, then you're still making money by the time you get out. So it's only after I'm in the money, 2, 3, 4 cents, just put that trailing stop in. And a lot of the times I would have panicked out of something up, 7 or 8 cents, but the trailing stops have, keep me in for 12, 13, sometimes 15 cents on some of these things. Um, anyway,
I do see what you mean by thicker, though, because I'm just looking at this crazy one, SYNT, as an example. I
Hmm.
mean, it's traded 15 million shares. The float is actually only half a million. We have 51 million, but it did 100 million or a 1-for-100 reverse split yesterday. So that has not been adjusted. So it is only 500,000 shares in the float. It is traded almost 15 million shares. But when I look what you're talking, like when I looked at LU, I said, wow, I mean, that is a lot. That's thick.
Yeah,
Whereas this one is nothing.
right. Cent right now is
100 by
twelve
600, 100 by
fifteen,
6.
12.27. You know, and
Yeah.
that's a pure chart play, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Whereas something like Lou or even Nokia, when it's in play, when it was earnings for Nokia, there was a
Hmm.
lot of money to be made in that stock. You know,
Ah, man, they have a multi-billion-dollar float. I just sort of look at those and I go, nope. But you're right. I mean, if you're willing to only see, that is scalping. When those guys keep calling me scalpers, that's what I think a scalper is.
right, right, and
Somebody.
there's day trading and then there's scalping. You know,
Yes.
um, I thought Ericsson was going to be on a death march. It looks like it's, I don't know, finding a little support at that five-ish level. But
Mhm.
whenever that thing has volume in it, that's a good one too. Tons of stocks out there to trade, Barry. Tons of
Yeah,
stocks.
wow. Now that is thick. 220, wow, 223 by 169. Yeah, that is really thick. And 100,000, of course, in the hundreds of thousands. Wow, that is thick, 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 thick. I,
Well, and
I
it kind of, I'll bring up the SOS experiment or the way that Dan and I got into the business a long time ago. A guy came in from another office and they're like, "Oh, we were brand new. We didn't really know much of anything." This guy came in from one of the big firms. He's like, "Look, just throw an offer out there. See if they hit it. You can flat it on the offer, but that's going to tell you something." Well, you can run up a lot of commissions doing that, right?
if you're in
But
those days.
yeah, yeah. Of course, your commissions are very cheap, so you would. I mean, you think something's going up, you think there's a buyer in it, you just throw out an offer. You get hit, cover for a flat, or you might even make a half a penny on it. But it's going to tell you something, right? It's like, yep, they're buying it. It ain't moving yet because the buyers are sneaky. If they got millions of shares to buy, like in this GNW, they don't want to run the price up. They want to get
Hmm.
everything they need before doing whatever they're going to do to get the rest of their shares, right? So, been doing a lot of that as well. If I think something's going to move up or down, but it's still pretty thick on either side, you just throw out bids and offers and see if you get hit, and that's a tell, right? And it doesn't really cost you anything to get that little
Yeah,
bit of information.
interesting.
Anyway, okay, my friend.
Anyway, yeah, it's 12:59. Well, thank you for your little stint, your little hour, your once a week. Wednesdays with Jamie.
Barry, we missed you in the gingerbread wars yesterday.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I'm not a big fan of stuff like that. Maybe if it had been after market hours, I may have done it. But
Yeah, it
I
was a little
just didn't.
weird that it was right in the middle of the market.
Yeah,
I'm sure I
yeah,
missed out on a few bucks here and there.
yeah. Well, I have my duties, Jamie. Now the three rooms, so I thought it would be too frivolous just to. I didn't even know what you guys were doing, making gingerbread men or and patterns and.
Yeah, the only problem is all my gingerbread men had been crushed because they had to
Oh
ship, they
no!
ship everybody the
Yeah,
cookies and
yeah, yeah.
everything. And I'm like, yeah, maybe I could use mine for a horror movie or something, but not much
That's funny.
Christmas with broken
That's
gingerbread
funny.
dudes.
Well, the other thing too is that we talk enough now, the Tuesdays and Thursdays. I think, if we weren't always at least seeing each other twice a week, to me, these company team building things are not quite the same. If we didn't have that, a few years ago, we weren't doing that. So yeah, once a year for the AGM was great. But I get sick of seeing you guys twice a week.
Well, Barry, hopefully
I'm
we'll
kidding, of
actually
course.
have company meetings again, where
Yeah, maybe.
everybody convenes.
Yeah,
We'll have to
I'm sure
see
we
what
will.
happens.
Okay, James,
Alrighty. I will
I'll
talk
take
to you
over the
later, Barry.
screen. Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, I am back in YouTube. I am Discord, and now I'm back in the main room, guys. So I'm back in every room right now. And yes, I finally took most of my Verona out, VRNA. Again, the whole thing. Got through that whole, whoops, Liz, got through that whole number, 23, like a hawk. And then the minute it started moving back down to 23, just like I think I did at 21, I took some out, and that's a big red candle. So that's probably it for me on this one. What a great run. What a great run. Notice too that it won in the large cap, and it's not like a huge float. This snuck in there because my minimum float size in this large cap gainers from the open is 50 million, 50. So it just snuck in there with 51 million. But the market cap, like minimum of 500 million. But so you see, it won 15 races in this one. So just because, as I've pointed out before, yeah, this one is, more exciting, but this one can be a little more steady. And, Verona would have it would be tough for it to win a race, when you're up against some of these low floaters. I don't have a filter in here that, restricts the float or anything to a maximum number. But it just, if you don't put something like that in, and you're just looking at a price range of 1 to 50, minimum 200,000 shares, excuse me, you are going to find stocks that are typically lower floats that are moving to the top. So, I see VRNA right there, but it didn't even win one race in this particular race because, just every I mean, especially when you're trying to contend against a SINT, an SINT, which is now is doing it again. There's HTGM. I'm gonna watch this one tomorrow, guys. I mean, they may have jumped the gun on this. If they come out with, I don't think they came out with any news today, but if they come out with some news tomorrow, you never know. This could have another run. Got up to 1382. Wow. Okay, guys. Yeah, let's take a look at some of these other ones in the larger cap universe, INMD. Yeah, I mean, there's another one. Look at this. I mean, look how well it held the VWAP. INMD touched it twice. Looks like that's about 3684. You can see it touched it twice and has rebounded off it so far. And that's the INMD. Aha. So OP has resumed, but so you can see what happened. It is actually resumed trading, guys. And this is now they're saying the reverse split is going to be tomorrow, and it is a 1 for 10 reverse split. Okay. I mean, that was always it was supposed to be the reverse split today. What and it's kind of interesting. Let's see, did it get up to 150? See, it closed yesterday at 15 cents. So this is actually a double from yesterday's. This is act well, you can see right now, finally, our provider. So that is really basically a double from yesterday's close. Okay. They're doing the reverse split tomorrow. It'll be 1 for 10. And so, I mean, if these prices maintain, this will be a $3, be a $3 stock tomorrow after the 1 for 10 reverse split. We have to watch it tomorrow to see what happens. See if it does something crazy the day of, like HTGM did, or maybe not tomorrow, but maybe the next day, which would be Friday, I guess. See if they try to come up with any news. Now, the only thing about this one, it's deep sea freight transportation. I'm not sure what sort of news they could come up with. So at least the SINT had, some news. The little bios have probably an easier time creating some little news than something like this. But you never know. You might get traders saying we don't care about news. We're just going to start to trade it. So has to be on the watch list for tomorrow. I mean, even now it's it's interesting. Interesting that I thought they would halt it all day. Ah, Chewy. I hope I didn't. Yeah, okay. So Chewy is interesting. I mean, look at Chewy, CHWY, and see how it is so far. It's been unable to break through the VWAP. The VWAP's at 4106, so it is just it's been just hovering around the VWAP. So a couple things, obviously. I mean, let's see if it breaks through the VWAP, or maybe it's going to really give it up. I mean, it's already been in an hour straight down, and then the last say 45 minutes, not quite 45 minutes, it's been flatlining just around the VWAP. 4102, what's that? 4104, and the VWAP's 4106. So it's hanging right around the VWAP. And meanwhile, the market is starting to rebound off this hour and 15 down. The market is starting to rebound a little bit. I mean, really, this OP is, if you think about it, where could you have got it? It opened at, well, it looks like it resumed at 23 cents. So there's almost a double, if you take so you take enough shares, I guess. Look at this thing go. I don't think I've seen that sort of thing either before. So I've seen two things that I mean, I'm not saying they haven't existed before, but I haven't been aware of them. With that stock earlier when it did the reverse split, but didn't let anybody know until the pre-market. And then there's this one where it looked like the reverse split was in effect, and then they cancel it till the next day. Very strange. I mean, I can see canceling it days before, the actual day, but not canceling it the day of. I mean, I'm not saying it's never happened before. I just have not seen it. Meanwhile, while I was on my break, I saw this one at 12:30. Yeah, look at this MATV. So here's another one. You start looking left. I mean, if it can take out that 2134, looks like the next high looking left. So it's not that far away. And then if it can do that, the next high is 2266, which would be, about $1.30 away. So what I'm going to do is just stick an alert in that area and see if it happens either today or tomorrow. And that is for the MATV. And just break through and then got a chance there. But the fantasy level, of course, would be up here around 24. But these are not targets, right? These are just areas that I think a stock could stall. Now, it might be semantics. Some might say, well, that's your target. Well, not really. I just want to know that there's enough room. It can remember now, my target is always going to be a 1 for 2 at my minimum target. So if I'm risking 50 cents on the trade, I have to have a reasonable expectation of making $1 on the trade. And my reasonable expectation would be somewhat cemented by looking left to see, is there more than $1? And I'm just using not this as an example necessarily, but just in general. When I look left, if I look left, is there any resistance $1 away that I can see on the daily chart? And if there isn't, then, and if I'm risking 50 cents to make that dollar, then it's a go. I mean, other things have to happen too, but at least from that aspect, it would be a go. Meanwhile, poor old BlackBerry earnings play. So their migration from hardware to software, I guess it really hasn't worked. Oh, look at this one. I'm just seeing this one for the first time today. AMBP. Look at the volume. Yeah, great volume. Luxembourg. Yeah, good old RIM, research and motion. All right, guys. Let's see. I'm kind of glad this happened with the HTGM. I hope nobody's caught in this one, but now it's back to basically Yeah, I can remember taking RIM. The only time I ever, is that right? Well, certainly back in those days, if you can imagine when RIM was $125 or so, BlackBerry was $125, and I took it just before its earnings release. In the like after hours, I took it like literally at 3:59 because it was going to be a blowout. Yeah, it was a blowout to my account a little bit. I didn't go crazy, but you'd have to go way back to find out when RIM was trading at 125 or so, or BlackBerry was trading at 125. I think that would have been Canadian. I'm not sure if I was doing it on the Canadian exchange or not. Meanwhile, Go to and Dow and Tal are still doing its thing. I mean, they've had little pullbacks along the way, but you keep looking at these charts and you think, okay, when is it going to stop going up? Why did it dump so much? I think the question is, why did it go up so much? If you're talking about this, they're doing or maybe you haven't been listening to me. They're doing a reverse split. The reverse split was supposed to be today, a 10 to 1, 1 for 10 reverse split. And then, so you could see that it closed at about 15 cents yesterday, and it got up to, it should have been, trading around $1.50. But then they announced, and it got halted. It got halted at, I don't know if this, yeah, it got halted at 8:15. It got halted at 8:15 for news, and the news was that they weren't going to do the reverse split today. It'll be tomorrow. The 1 for 10 reverse split tomorrow. But when it resumed, for whatever reason, you know, it resumed at 23 cents, and for whatever reason, people started piling into it just as a trade. So if you're looking to say, well, why did it dump so much? Because it shouldn't be up here meaning around that dollar level. I'm just surprised they opened it at all today. I would have waited for tomorrow. Like, why not? This has been another active one, of course. Acer. and big 2 days, and kind of a rest for about 5 days, 5 or 6 days. Excuse me, 5 days, I guess. And then the pop today, Acer, ACER, other low float, PEN, or is it Peloton? No, no, okay, PTEN. Never sure if that was a typo, but yeah, Peloton, or sorry, PTN, Patterson. Well, guys, there's another interesting one, Mbecta. I don't think I've ever heard of this one before or seen this one before. Mbecta. The reason I'm saying it's interesting, it's just hanging over the whole number. The high yesterday was 20, almost $30, so it's sitting at 28. What I want to find is another one that looked like ever yesterday when I was demonstrating its use, or showing how you can maybe take a trade near the VWAP. Didn't, but on a pullback, it just didn't do it. Talking about right around here, and it just ran and ran and ran and ran and ran right up to about 3 o'clock. Then it had the pullback, but look at it now, ever. Excuse me. Good luck, Dak, on this one. That's a pretty tight stop for the SINT. Give me one moment. I'll be right back. Very different day for me anyway, in the things that I've been seeing today from my alerts. As I said earlier, way more continuation in certain things. Way more. Well, raise the stop to 1204. Okay. Well, I guess you're out, but that means you made money if you raised your stop. I could go to. I mean, this is still unflippin' believable. I mean, look at this run from 50 cents, 60 cents, 50 cents, 60 cents, whatever, 50 cents. About a 6, 7 week run. And even there, like, loss of opportunity right around $1. I remember this. Okay, can't go any higher here. Can't go any higher. Okay, now it's over. Now it's over. Now it's over. A little pop. Okay. There's a topping tail. Now it's over. And then it's definitely over the next day, and not doing anything. And then one, two, three, four, five. I thought yesterday there was a chance it could be finally over just because of that big topping tail, but not even close. Um, yeah. Am I still waiting for? Yeah. Well, the only thing is, I say if it was a bio, I just don't know what sort of news they can come up with. That's all. OP is ocean PAL, deep freight, deep sea freight transportation. So you know it may do something even without news, kind of like the HTGM today. But way better if it has even a little sniff of some news. Because look at Sint, even though I know Zach has had a tough time trading this thing, but it really hasn't. I mean, it really hasn't given it up. I mean, this started at $7. It got up to 15. Yeah, I mean, it's back to 12, but it's not like it is completely crashed like it should, get back down to that 7 level. But it is a bio. And they came out with a little press release. What can this ocean company, what sort of press release could they come out with? But it may not matter, okay? It may not matter. The market seems to be, looking at these reverse splits right now and just, traders piling into them. You just don't want to be the last one in. Okay, guys, what time is it now? 1:30. I think I'll do my video right now. So give me a second here. What time is it now? 1:30. I'll be back around 1:40. Okay, guys, so I'll be muting the rooms. Guys, excuse me, I'm back. Look at that towel, boy, towel, towel, towel. Now, Verona's starting to come back. I might get interested again over 23. I am completely out of it now, but I might get interested. I think I put a price alert up here around 23.29. It may have an end of day run. Not quite the end of the day, but you know what I mean? Sort of end of mid-afternoon run. Wouldn't beat yourself up too much, Mr. X. You know, you would have had to guess that it was going to keep moving like this. I'm just wait for tomorrow though. Wait for tomorrow and see how it opens after that when it does the actual reverse split for tomorrow. Excuse me. There's Matt V again. All other converted paper products manufacturing sector. All right. New York stock and NICE stock. What are they? Engineered solutions. Which deliver solutions that filter, purify air and liquids. Okay, well, it's a business, but I have got that alert set, and who knows, maybe it'll take it out today. 2134, the high of that daily chart, high of that one. And if it does take that out, it may not happen today, but if it happens tomorrow, it's got some room. You can just see the room it's got. Look left. That would be about $1.50 or so, or maybe $1.30 or so until that high. And but traders would also be looking up in this level here, which is $3 away. One of the things I like to do, early February, Zach. I'm glad you're back to Zach too. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I know while you're going, hope it all works out exactly the way you want it to. I'm gonna miss you for January though, that's for sure. Don't forget about us. That's okay to show emotion. It's okay. Okay. Sorry, Zach, we got to get back to trading. VRNA, guys. Almost took out that high. Almost did it. Not quite. Just work on some scans while you're gone. Well, I see why you were looking at the PTEN, William. It's showing up on Zach's. Speaking of Zach, it was showing up on Zach's. Dak, how can you be a Canadian and not know that BlackBerry years ago went into the software business? That's what they were doing. They were licensing their software. Well, that's what they were doing. They were licensing their software, security, and all of that. So they actually had a little business doing that. They completely got out of the phone business. Yeah, there are some trade ideas. I've got 9. Yeah, look at 9. Wow. Look at 9. On the run is for sure. Yeah, this is what was the other one that used to run with it a lot more? There were 3 of them. One was I know the Mexican. Well, what was the other one? In fact, the other one was way no, not Huya. No, another oil play. I think it was out of Indonesia. IMPP. Thank you, Mr. X, in our Discord room. Yeah. No, maybe not IMPP. Indo. Yeah. So I'm sorry, you were wrong. That was Indo. Yeah, just to refresh my memory, I think that hit some kind of crazy high. Yeah, right here. Remember that? Up to $87. And if I bring up nine, did not do quite the same, but you're going to see probably, see there, little topping tail there. It's got up to what, $8? It's interesting that Indo has not done anything really since. So nine must have something going on for it. But you're absolutely right. IMPP did do some craziness too, but it was the Indo that I was thinking of. Talking to Mr. X. By the way, you want to head over to Discord? You can, just to check it out. I can give you an invite. Saw what you did there. Too much of a groaner. Yeah, so all three of these China education stocks have not really cared that much about what the overall market has been doing over the last, no, almost month now. Interesting. You had trouble with the Pro Tradering login again today. I think somebody else had the same problem. You might have to, somebody suggested, though I've never had to do this. And believe me, I have to do the same thing logging into the room, okay, as you guys do. But to get rid of your browser cache, oh, you tried clearing the cache. It didn't work. Somebody said that that's what they had to do. I think it was Chrome yesterday, or yeah, maybe try another browser. So I have been 100% on Chrome. Never had an issue. Hmm. So if you had trouble, Pepe, then there's really something going on. I wonder what it is. I wonder how many other people are having problems and they're just not. TI changed the login screen, really? Let me just. Give me a moment. SLNG. Let's take a look at SLNG. Ooh, pretty. You're posting some news about it, but pretty light on the volume. It certainly hasn't. I don't know how recent that news is. Yeah, not tradable. The spread is 555, 597. Ah, there's the ever again, guys. Yeah, I don't know how many people use the 200 EMA, Crazy. Saying nobody uses it, but I would say that the 200 SMA is, probably 100 or 200 or 1,000 times more popular. Okay, this one could be a little interesting. This is almost an all-time high, guys. Harrow. I think the all-time high must be here. 1374. Yeah, it's at 1374. Oh, stick an alert there and see if it takes it out. What did it get to today? Got up to 1374. That's the all-time high, 1374. Oh, stick an alert around 1380. See if it can take that out. This is an all-time high. We don't see too many all-time highs. Now, it may be because I'm looking at that flow, 24 million. Maybe they did a reverse split or something and it's not has not been adjusted for it. Let me just or a new it traded as HRO as a new symbol. So it started trading like this in 2019 as HRO. I don't know if that meant it changed symbol names or this was truly an IPO back here. I don't really remember this. Harrow Health. All right. Well, your GGAL worked. Was that major? I think a long time ago. If you're still in it. Yeah. Look at this market, guys. I mean, up 500, up 173. I mean, everybody said there'd be no Santa rally this year. Again, it's not officially started. Yeah. So officially, as somebody posted yesterday, I'm just verifying. So December 23rd until January 4th. So it's defined as the last 5 trading days of the year and the first 2 trading days of the next year. So maybe this is a little precursor. Yeah, every year, last 5 trading days of the year, and then the first 2 in the new year. That is typically it's amazing. Yeah, I mean, people think, oh, people take off during holiday Christmas season. Not at all. Is ICCM? I'm the wrong person to probably ask, but I don't really look at pivots. Well, I couldn't tell you that. I mean, a 15-minute chart looks terrible. I don't see any reversal, on this one. Not, I mean, if it would have to really break out over 159, 160 for it to get going. ICCM, in my opinion, always in my opinion, of course. Nike, how is Nike doing? I know it had earnings. Did it pop up? Really, a little bit of a downturn from the 118. Kind of, yeah, I see what you're looking at though. A little bit of a break here on the 15. All right, COSM could get local. I don't mind local. Let's take a look at this. Yes, it could. There's some volume coming in. Yes, it could. Let me get to my daily chart. I'm thinking, wow, did it spike up there today? But no. So for it to get local, it's got to take out that 1077. Now you might say, well, that's way too far. You're right. But you can imagine if it did take out 1077, you've got a high of 23. So this I was another site also, but this is in Wikipedia. Just so you know, I'm not making this up. There's a stock market in the last 5 trading days in December and the first two trading days the following January. This wasn't the website that this is Wikipedia, but it was another website, more of a stock market website. Just so you know, I'm not making this stuff up. I didn't know either. I did not know either that there was a specific, or when it started or when it ended. Well, as far as I know, the market's only closed. Well, of course, Christmas is on a Sunday this year. I hope the market's closed on the Monday. I think it's closed on the Monday then. Well, you know what? Yeah, and then on the second, yes. So yeah, so it'll be on the 26th, I guess. Yeah, 26th and January 2nd. Yeah, so here we go. There's you officially, guys. There you go. So Monday, January the 2nd. And it's of course in 2023. And then here on the 26th, 1 year we didn't get a New Year. Was it last year? We did not get a New Year's Day holiday in the market because of some ridiculous rule. It was last year, wasn't it? Yeah, it was crazy. Absolutely insane. I was fuming mad. Well, I don't know, fuming mad. Maybe you were fuming mad, but Well, maybe as fuming mad as a Canadian can get, perhaps, but yeah, I mean, it didn't make any sense to me. They brought it up a couple of times. Yeah, William was happy. He's the only one who was happy the market wasn't closed. Okay, back to some stuff, guys. Here's EDSA making a move, and look left. 165 is the next high looking left. This has got some room. What's the volume like? Canadian stock. This has got some room here. EDSA. The only problem is it's a little bit extended. It'd be nice if it just based it just a little bit, even pulled back a bit, and then started to move again. Because look at the room it's got. Percentage basis, 165 is the next high looking left for EDSA. So some of these bank stocks. So there's GGAL. I don't know, maybe with Argentina's World Cup win, I'm trying to figure out if there's a correlation with these bank stocks, GGAL and BBAR. Maybe they all bet on Argentina to win and are putting their winnings into the banks. Give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. Yeah, I think it's Babar. But it's close. You're right. Here's SHLS, guys. Another high of 2681. Oh, so it's about $1 away from that next high. My problem is I'd have to wait for it to take out 26. And that's just because, I'm one of these guys who just think whole numbers can stall a stock for a while anyway. Look at Ever. I mean, here's Ever close to 15. Looking to see if there's any specific news for this one. Happened yesterday. I don't see anything. Is that a great 2-day run? Yeah, somebody commented maybe Tal will get to 10. Sure, why not? Literally, like, why not? I'm still waiting on that Verona, VRNA, see if it takes out 23 again. Apple, haven't looked at Apple in a long time. Apple, yeah, well, you know what? Apple held the VWAP, a little bit of a move. So those of you who like Apple, well, 135.27 was is the VWAP. 135, it's close enough. 135.20 is the VWAP. It seemed to hold on a couple of 15-minute, actually three 15-minute candles. Oh, what a sight looking out my window. Oh, brother. Here's another one, guys. Herbalife. I mean, you know what I'm really concentrating on? Clicking on the alerts that are just over a whole number. That's one thing. When I'm seeing them in these large cap gainers, so that gets me a little interested. 1429, 1414, 1618. So you can kind of see that if Herbalife can get above 1430 or so, I'll stick an alert. Say 1436. Oops, I have to adjust that. 1431. I'll stick a price alert there because if it takes that out either today or tomorrow, look left. For the person who asked me about looking left, I mean, there's a great example where you can see it right on the daily chart where that next high is. If it can take this out, this high that it for 1429, not that far away from it at 1413. So not trading a lot. It's relative volume is only 0.64, so it's not really trading that much. But we're in a day where there seems to be just people willing to put money in the market, excuse me, in the market for today anyway. Yeah. So again, guys, this is not up 891%. I apologize for our provider not recognizing that this is a reverse split, this HTGM. So you see what you do. You just put price alerts on things and just wait for it to happen. If it, you don't have to keep staring at the chart. Just put the price alerts on the chart and Then you can move on. Turn was one from I think the same day that Madrigal went up. I don't know if it was. I think it might have been a sympathy play too, TERN, but it's certainly not like the VKTX. I think it was anyway. Oh, I have myself on mute. I was saying that SINT facing not too badly around the 13 level, and it is above the VWAP 1268. So this is another, I mean, I'm not, of course, I'm not saying to trade this, but TEDU is another China education stock, guys. For whatever reason, it is not, aha, it is not trading. There's the HROW. Why did I have an alert? I know I had an alert for some reason. Aha, it's an all-time high right now. HROW, an all-time high right now. We're getting back to TEDU. I mean, it's interesting. This is used to see this trading a little more like the other ones, the EDU, the TAL, but it's not trading at all. I wonder why. I mean, only 1,600 shares have traded. You would think that, traders who have maybe feel they've missed the boat with the EDU, the TAL, and the GoTo would look for this one, but not even close. Must be a reason. There's got to be some reason why nobody is trading this. Okay, it operates as a holding company, which provides, yeah, okay. Well, again, guys, high is 890 in this one. I mean, and then it got up to almost 10, I think, the day before that, 10:06. So again, I'm just going to stick a price alert up in that area, see if it takes it out later on today or tomorrow. Okay, reset my price alert now again for that same area for HROW. I think I've traded this one in the past and it can be a little bit challenging. I know the spread sometimes can get a little, it's not too bad right now, 74, 77, but I sort of remember trading this one in the past. All right, guys. Well, for me anyway, things have really settled down. This DLO, keep watching it, guys. This is actually, I think it had a downgrade this morning. I don't know who did that, but it had a downgrade this morning. Not that that really matters, but these are the ones, of course, that got involved with that monkey testing or something like that. And that's what caused that, or a company that a subsidiary of theirs, it doesn't really matter. They were painted with the monkey brush. Hey, remember monkeypox? Anyway, it went from $24 all the way down to $8, but it's been clawing its way back. And the high is 1543, and yeah, so I must have deleted my price alert for it because I'm going to put a high of or a price alert around 1550. If it takes it out sometime in the next little while, I mean, look at the next high, 2084. What does that remind you of? It's not an education stock, obviously, but yeah, doesn't it remind you of Cal when you look left and all this area up here? Yeah, I have to get the chart a little bit in proportion, but anyway, you know what? I don't really know where go to could go to. Haha. Same thing. Yeah, well, that's right. $10. Seems like a long time ago that I shorted RAD. I'm not in it anymore, of course, but it's just now making another new low. RAD making another new low. And this is a lifetime low for RAD. And it is an earnings play, one of the few earnings plays. But what I'm trying to do right now, guys, is not give any of my gains back, okay? By trying to trade out of boredom. I'm not in anything right now, but Zyme is interesting, definitely interesting. ZYME is definitely interesting, but it's got that high, 873, and not that far away, so it's not as interesting. I didn't realize that. But again, this high up here doesn't mean it's going to stall there. Of course not. But the thing about Zyme is that it's basing nicely and it has a couple little bottoming tails, meaning the sellers tried to knock it down, but the buyers, continue to keep it propped up for a bit. Okay, we had a halt. Oh, we had a halt. We have a halt now for HTGM. So this could get interesting for the balance of the day. HTGM. Let's see where it could open. Here's this time and sales, interactive brokers. So there's no real clue right now. You can see there's the halt price in red, 715, and projected open. I doubt very much it's going to open so close to the halt price, but so this is, yeah, see, there we go, 744. Again, this is not 757, not written in stone, of course. This, as you can see, it's changing. So the only way I would play this for me is if somehow, I'd love to see this move down a bit. If somehow maybe it got up to, I don't know, we'll just say 730, and then and then it moved back down to 710, and then it came back through that 715 again, the halt price. That could get me interested in taking something off a halt. Okay. And they're not easy. Don't get me, they are definitely not easy. And especially, but it doesn't look like it's going to remotely come back to 715. Not after this first halt. Well, it'd have to be long. Well, first of all, I don't even think, oh, it is shortable. That they're like 1,000 shares. That's what I think this is the one that I was surprised that Interactive Brokers had shares to short. Somebody was saying earlier that they were going to change brokers or something because they couldn't get shorts for a couple of the ones that did reverse splits. But this one, I was surprised. Now, not a lot, but and they just got snapped somehow. They just got snapped up. No, my whole idea would be, that traders will be looking at this run it had up to 1370. Okay, so if it could somehow pull back, but it just may not do that, to that 715 level, and then start to move again. So again, if it somehow opened, it just doesn't look like it's going to though. It looks like it's going to open too high. If it opened at say 730 and then it moved down below 715, say to 7 or something, and then exploded right through 715 again, that is the sort of time where I will attempt to play a halt, resume. But it doesn't look like that's gonna happen. And I don't wanna see it go up to 770 and then pull all the way back to 715 and then take it, okay? Because I think it's too big of a pullback for me, but it doesn't look like that's gonna happen. So if this is going to be a 5-minute halt, it'll open in a minute. And there's the HROW again, making or getting up to the all-time high. Okay, guys, so this will be less than a minute if it's a 5-minute halt for HTGM. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to keep this up here. Again, this is Interactive Brokers, okay? There's nothing to do with trade ideas. I know I have to repeat myself all the time, but it's amazing how many emails I get. Where is that blue screen in trade ideas? I say it's not in trade ideas. I would leave it here. I would love to just leave it, but then I get too many people saying, where do I find that in trade ideas? Okay, guys, could be 10 seconds from now. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Again, very anticlimactic. So this is probably then going to be a 10-minute halt, unless it opens really, really quickly here. Usually they are multiples of 5. So there's the halt at 2:28 plus 29 seconds. So that's why I was saying it could have been opening at 2:33, but obviously at plus 29 seconds, but obviously it did not. So it could be a 10-minute halt. And I don't know what, I'm sure there's a reason why some are 5 and some are 10. Shady knows his stuff. He probably knows why some are 5-minute halts and some are 10-minute halts. I just threw something that wouldn't break my monitor. Dak at my monitor. When I read that, where do I find that blue screen in Trade Ideas? Telling you guys, this Verona is setting up nicely again, I think, anyway. Maybe for a late day run again. Six flags, is it six flags? Six flags. Long over 2347. Big base, definitely a big base for Six Flags. Just nicely over the VWAP at 2325 for a long time. Where did I see six? I didn't, but if you go to the stocks only, go to the stocks only tab. So if you just want to find, except for Dak, he posted that. He knows better. But there it is. Okay. There's Shady posted six long over 2347. Okay. Did they do an offering already? HTGM? You're right. You are right. So that is the yeah, 10 million $10 million, 775 a share. So that's almost like a news halt, not just a volatility halt. Well, let's see how close it gets to 775. Interesting that, I mean, now the news is out for sure, and it's still kind of holding that financing area, 766. Okay, guys. Well, if it's going to open in 10 minutes, it will be opening now. Yeah, just opened. Here we go. Just opened. Now, my whole premise about it dropping down below 715 and then taking it, it's destroyed because of the financing. Okay. Because now there is, at 785 level could prove really tough to get through. Okay, guys. CASA or CAM? Usually you guys have a handle on there is a reverse split website. I should go to it. I know there is one. I want to see some upcoming ones. Okay, this is what I think somebody had. So here is your reverse split. So we have there's the there is the HPGM today. Interesting. Now, this is NASDAQ, and I think that OP is on Amex, maybe? Oh, it's on NASDAQ. It's on NASDAQ. Wonder why it's not here. It's been yanked. It's not here. It's not listed anymore, is it? I can't see it anyway. Ah, Tissy. I remember Tissy, TISI, but it didn't do it today, I don't think. Yeah, I don't think so. There are like the other one's not even listed here at all. OP. Tissy did not do it today. Well, it canceled the split for today, but they said they were going to do it tomorrow. Unless I've canceled it completely now. Unless they've canceled it completely, is that another? So unless there's a subsequent press release to this one, it says it's going to happen tomorrow. But it's interesting that it's not on that website. Oh man, that SINT is a tough one to trade with a tight stop. Guys, keep an eye on the Verona VRNA. If it takes out the highs here, getting closer to that 23 mark again. Okay, now for the HTGM, if they're sort of smart, they appear to be, they're raising money at higher prices. Come up with some kind of a press release tomorrow. All right, guys, maybe Chewy is getting ready to have another little move here, CHWY. Only issue is got these topping tails, so the buyers tried several times and the sellers knocked it down, but it looks like it is holding that VWAP at 4107. 4107 is the VWAP, so it's still kind of holding it. And the highs over here were 42, so maybe not that great. All right, guys, I think what I'm going to do is put myself on mute. I'll hop back on the mic if I have anything to say, and of course, I'll hop back on if you have any questions. Um, Okay, so I will put myself on mute. But before that, I have one last little kick at promoting the greatness that is Trade Ideas. So here is again the promo. Well, let's see if it works, Dave. Yeah, it's got to take out 23 though for me. Now, I should also mention if you're a standard subscriber now, you can also take advantage if you do want to get an annual subscription. Okay. So, oops, where is it now? So when you click on it, this is the link that you'll see, okay? So again, if you're a standard subscriber right now, but you wouldn't mind taking out an annual subscription, you can do so also using the Holiday 30. Now, don't get distracted by this where it says Holiday 25, okay? If you take out a subscription, just click on that purchase and then type in the Holiday 30, and you'll see that the 30% is taken off. So from 2000 to 1400 for the premium annual and down to 700 for the premium standard. And as always, though, if you do want to take out, you want to try us out a little bit longer, you don't have to hop onto an annual. You can take out a standard subscription. You'll get the or a premium. You'll get the uh, to the monthly chart. There we go. This is what it costs: 118, 228. You'll get the 30% discount off the first month only. And after that, this is what you pay if you maintain a monthly subscription. But you can always, if within 30 days you decide you wouldn't mind an annual, we'll honor that. We'll honor the 30%. Okay. What does the service include? You got me. No, but seriously. Well, I mean, we're a scanning service. Okay. So, I mean, you can, we have a lot of built-in scans that you'll see from our, let me show you one, the dock channel bar. So these are all theme-based channels. So if I click on, for instance, the momentum channel, just waiting for this to load. So this is an example of a scan that you could have, okay, without your having to know how to build a scan at all. And so I'm sharing a lot of my scans, but what does it include? So, this is this is like a scan. And so if I right click on configure and summary, so in this particular case, the scan is looking for stocks between $1 and $50. The current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading 3 times normal. This is the volume kicker. The volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes is 400% of normal. The bottom line is if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. Okay. Now you notice the last this says 244. That means that the last alert happened in this window at 244. Since then, there have been no stocks that met the filter requirements. Okay, and a new high of the day, as an example. Now, so we have created a lot of different scans, and all the different types of looks for people depending on their style of trading. And you can go through the channels and check them out. And if you ever wanted to build your own scans, of course you can. You know, these all when you see these icons, these are all the real-time alert icons. So the very popular ones right at the top, new highs and lows. for the day. But and I'm not going to go through all of these, all of them, of course. But we have a lot of these real-time alerts. When you see these icons, you don't have to. Again, I want to caution everybody. You don't have to learn all these. You can kind of pick and choose. Depending on the style you trade. And then when you see these icons, these are the filters. Okay, the screening aspect of trade ideas. So you want something with in a 120-minute range, a certain percentage, you got it. You want something at the top of a 5-day range or the low of a 5-day range. So we have all these built in. There's no programming involved. Okay. Now, if you wanted a 15-day range, I'm sorry, we don't have it as an example. Okay. But what we tried to do, the company tried to do when they started, is to try to create enough different alerts and enough different filters that for the majority of our customers, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. But we also provide a lot of scans so that if you don't, want to, if you don't want to create those scans, you can take a look at these and then you can always adjust. For instance, this is a momentum scan I'm talking about, and I click on the summary, and you might look at this and go, "Well, I don't mind the concept, but I don't like that price range." It's okay. You just change it. Oh, it says 1 in 50 right now. I'll change it to 10 and 100 as an example. And then I say, okay, and see how it has changed to 10 and 100. So you could take this scan as an example and save it. And then, all these scans are included. Absolutely. All included in the standard service. Now, training sessions, as far as a training session is concerned, I mean, you've got, I am doing this Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern time. Now, is it a training session? You can ask me questions, but this is a training room. But I mean, you can certainly ask me questions. And then between 12 and 1 every day in our YouTube room, one of the other traders takes over and you can ask them questions. But we also have I feel we've got an excellent guide. So for instance, this is my home page. Oops. So if I click on my home page link and I go to the education section, okay, so this is the user guide. So I mean, if you were going to take out a subscription, you would start off with the getting started. That's about 30 minutes long. It's 10 short videos. It starts off with your first download and installation or your first startup and login, etc. Okay. And then we've got it categorized. So I mean, the important features of trade ideas are these alert windows, top list windows, and the stock racing. Now, obviously, much more in a guide, but I mean, at the beginning, that's all I would concentrate on. And then there's these are the daily support sessions I was talking about between 12 and 1, where you can really ask a lot of questions. And then the educational videos that we've got. Now, this is, specifically to trade ideas, but we also have one of the traders put this together. If you're new to trading, a great course, introduction to charts and candlesticks, support and resistance, all free. All of this is free. Okay, guys, Verona. Breaking through that 23 now, guys. So I think one of the things that sets us apart from a lot of companies out there is the support. Okay, because again, you're in this room and you're not a subscriber, but it is a free room. Okay, and all the support that we offer. And again, if you wanted to, you could, we do have this little promotion on now. You could always take out I know it's a tough time right now in terms of, vacations perhaps, but there is a promotion right now for 30% off. And so you could try us out for a month, just the standard subscription for a month, 84 less the 30%. Sorry, 118, sorry. 118 less the 30%. You can see price alerts. If you set a price alert on a chart, when it hits it, it pops up on your screen. I mean, this is, I'm sure other companies do that too, but it's really simple to set these up. You could put sound alerts on your alerts on your windows that we call alert windows. So when you get an alert, you put a unique sound on the window. So when you hear that sound, you know which window to look at. Things like that. And then one of the cool things though is there are the races. It's just a different way to present the data. And what the races are all about, just give me a moment. I accidentally. Where's the room? Gotta find you guys. I hope I didn't shut you down. Oh, there you are. Yeah, I mean it is a software program, but remember, we have a lot of built-in scans. Okay, so you don't have to learn. I would not get overwhelmed by all of the alerts and filters that we have. I mean, we've got a lot of scans that we've constructed. It's just a matter of going through the channels and taking a look at them. I'm also sharing my scans. Here are my scans that I am sharing. I've got my pre-market actives up and down. So nothing, these are the two races that I'm going to explain. We have a halts resumes every time a stock is halted. You'll see it, and then when it resumes, that momentum scan that I showed you. So I am sharing a lot of scans also. But the races are very cool because what they do in this particular race right here, I'll use this one better because I mean this produced a VRNA. What an awesome alert from it all day long, really. So what races do is in this particular case, if a stock is between $1 and $50 and it up at least 2% from yesterday's close, and it has a $500 million market cap minimum, and at least 50 million in the float. Okay, so if all those filter requirements have been met, when a race starts, I run 4-minute races. Okay, so since this race started about a minute ago, this stock called QFIN has moved the most of all the stocks that met those filter requirements. As an example. This is what I'm talking about. I know it looks all, real confusing right now, but just think of it like this. If any stock meets these filter requirements, actually, I guess it's between 10 and 50, 500,000 shares minimum volume, 500 million market cap, 50 million. If any stock meets these requirements, it will pick up the ones that meet those requirements that are moving the most when the race started. Just imagine, a race starts just like any other race in the world. Everybody starts at the starting line. Everybody is equal. Okay. So it doesn't matter how well a stock did earlier, maybe it didn't move, but all of a sudden it might start to move, is what I'm talking about. Again, I don't want to overcomplicate things, but this is telling me this is a change from the open percent. VRNA has moved 26% today. Yes. From the open. XPAV has moved 11% from the open. But what if some stock down here, six as an example, what if it all of a sudden started to move? You'd never be able to know that. Okay. I mean, we got a lot of stocks here. But the race picks it up. The race will pick up the ones that are moving the most. Okay, now you can thank me, Dave. Now you can really thank me. Okay. Talking to someone in a YouTube room, said he picked up some of the Verona at 23, sorry, I wish, 22.75. And yes, I'm in it. I mean, I maintained, just waiting for that break. And look how many races it's won. 25 races today it's won. So what happens, Tom, is that it produces a top 10 list for you automatically. So if you're, well, if you're kind of new to trading, or again, you're new to the platform, this gives you a great finite list of stocks just to concentrate all day long. And this race here, it's similar, except this race, you'll see some stocks that really move percentage wise. Here, you won't see quite the big percentage moves, but this one, because I don't have a minimum market cap and a minimum float, so you'll see some big, big percentage movers here, which, if you're new to trading, can be overwhelming. This is probably, I hate to use the term easier, but it's these ones that you see here are not as volatile. And you can see what happens, just like any race, stocks jockey for position, as the race continues. Some stock that might be leading now gets supplanted by some other stock that comes out of nowhere. But really, the beauty is it's this creation of a 10 stocks and a watch list that you can follow all day long. Money flow. I hadn't even noticed that. Yeah, the all-time high, which is maybe that week that we look back in 2018, where the next high is. That's probably the all-time high because it's within that. It's 90%. Yeah, he's just being factual. He's just saying that's the all-time high. And that might even be the next high? Really? Wow, that's even better. MDGL, wow, I mean, just sensational move again. Now, at some point, I know there's probably didn't somebody put a $300 price target on this one, MDGL? I mean, the reason why this can happen day after day, well, especially the first day, is because of that float. Can't emphasize enough. 12 million shares for a 300, basically a $300 stock is insanely low. So you can get some wild, wild moves, unfortunately, to the downside too. But no question about it. They had some excellent news 3 days ago. It's a Nash. How is Intercept doing? I forgot to keep watching that one. ICPT. Is this? So it is. It is bounced back a bit. Well, quite a bit actually. I mean, this got hammered because they have like I guess, a rival type of way of treating that liver disease, and the market said, you know what, the other way is better. I mean, I'm really, really, Williams probably falling off his chair right now, but I guess the market saying, we think the way Madrigal is doing it is better than the way these guys are attempting to do it. And so Madrigal's gain was ICPT's loss, but it is coming back. X had a big, yeah, sort of a day yesterday. It got up to what? Yeah, almost to the dollar level, and then fell all the way back down to 77. Trying to come back again. I can't remember. I think I might have had some news yesterday. Real cheap one, of course. Sorry, XCUR. Yeah, you're right. Sint is moving. Zaka from our YouTube room. It's choppy, but look what it did. I if a person has had a pretty good day today, I probably wouldn't, waste your time with the scent, to be honest. I mean, you might try to put a stop in, but I don't even know your stop would you probably would have got it blown right through that stop. So don't ruin a good day, at the end of the day, in my opinion anyway, okay? By trying to maybe trade something like this that can even all best intentions to put a stop in, but sometimes, I mean, that if you try to put a stop in at the VWAP, for instance, at 1269, it would have blown right through that. I mean, you might have got rid of some of your shares, but certainly not all of them. So if you've had a good day, I would probably just say turn off your computer and go out and enjoy whatever. I can only say this is after 2 days of snow in Vancouver, and now it's a beautiful blue sky day, and the snow is still beautifully white. Hasn't got all messy yet. Absolutely beautiful out there. There is more to life than trading. Look at wow! I just mentioned this X curve. Look at this thing. Oh, I hope people didn't buy it because I just mentioned it. Impossible, impossible. I didn't say to buy it. I was just remarking that it was trying to get back over a dollar again. Oh, I bet you it's an incredible day to be at Whistler. Yeah, definitely need your snow goggles. The snow would be blinding. RVNC Flushing. Let's take a look at that one. That is from our Discord room. RVNC Flushing. It is Flushing. Yeah, so we tried to hold the 200-day, guys. For 2 days, it tried to hold the 200-day moving average, but it looks like this is it for a while anyway. 1943 is the 200-day, so it's now below that. I did not see that one anywhere. Sometimes something like that would show up here on my. It's the only one. This is the only scan that is going to show me anything to short, and this is my movers to the upside versus the movers to the downside. Well, guys, we have 45 minutes left in the market, so it looks like we're going to have a pretty darn good positive day. After yesterday, we were basically flat. We're basically flat yesterday. Now, if this Santa Claus rally truly is going to happen, hey, we could, who knows, maybe we get back up to that 400 level again. Look at X-Cur, guys. Oh, man, what a move. Well, a lot of snow in the mountains in BC, but Whistler and all that. But Vancouver doesn't get very much snow usually. We usually have a very temperate climate. About to translate for you guys, 38 to 42 degrees during the winter, misty rain. But we've had a cold winter, and we had a dumping of snow a couple days ago. Haven't seen something like that for a long time. Had to do shoveling and oh, you know, Drawer, I wouldn't try to even brand these things. It just happens. I mean, I can't tell you if it's a short squeeze or not. The short float is not high, 2.3%. So it's not like, it's 15 or 20%, which could, in fact, maybe be a catalyst for a short squeeze of some sort. But I just don't see any news on it. It might be just, traders saying, you know what, got over $1, let's pile into it. I don't see any news on it though. I've long since, if I can't see news on something, I don't, question why something moves. It's nice. It is sort of nice to see, maybe find a reason in terms of news, be it an earnings play or some firms putting big outlandish price targets, etc. But intraday moves like this, yeah, I don't, it just is. Well, draw D. We lived in Boston in 2014 from August of 2014 to September of 2015. And if you check back on that winter, that was your all time winter. We experienced it. And it was funny. I know, guys, I'm digressing. I'm going to be shutting the room down. But it's funny because we were in we had rented a place in obviously in an apartment building, condo. Actually, it was a rented condo, and so there was a doorman and all that sort of stuff, and the manager was there, the superintendent, and I kept egging him on because I think it was about by January the 8th or 10th or 12th, there still hadn't been any snow. And I kept, I said, it doesn't snow. I am from Montreal originally, so grew up. I know all about snow. And he said, "Oh no, it snows in Boston." I said, "Wow, this is crazy. There's no snow until there's no snow." I think it was about January 19th, and then it hit, and then it hit again, and then it hit again. Hilarious seeing cars snowed in on streets, and they just leave them there for 3 months. I just couldn't believe it. Never saw anything like that. The plows would go by and just completely snow them in, and the snow would come in, and they used to leave them there for 3 months, 4 months, wait for the thaw. And this is not a exaggeration, but if you know Boston, you know what I'm talking about. Parking is so expensive. I guess they felt it was they weren't going to drive anyway, so just leave it there. But anyway, guys, just about ready to wrap this up. All right. Well, if I don't see any more questions, I'm just scanning the 3 rooms. I don't see any other questions, so I think I'll call this a day. Getting my script together. That's funny. Divergent Philly. That's hilarious. All right, guys. Glad you did it, Dave, in our YouTube room. All right, guys. Well, thanks for all the help, as usual, all day long. I'll open the room tomorrow. Whoops. I'll open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern Time. So have a great evening, and we'll see you then. Bye bye. And YouTubers, I'll shut you down now.